Hello, everybody. We are live. It is Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, and I am stressed. I am stressed. I did a 3.5 or so hour long live stream about this topic yesterday. I think we made it through officially one court document of the whole saga in 3.5 hours. And when I got off the live stream, I did research into, let's just say, the business records, and all of this is public records that I found, and I'm going to be sharing them with you. And put a one in the chat if you remember a few years ago now when I covered the Mr. Beast story, the whole Mr. Beast, Ava Chris Tyson allegations. And then I ended up in a whole entire side rabbit hole on, I think, what ended up being one of the most important finds of the whole story, which was that cousin that kind of runs the company or whatever. What's his name? Warren. Oh, man. James Warren. Remember the whole James Warren thing? And I was trying to help Dawson, Dogpack 404. Man, it's all coming back to me now. I was trying to help Dawson, Dogpack 404, because he was like a former employee, but he of Mr. Beast, and he had like connections to the Mr. Beast, world, and then he addressed some of the allegations. It was like a whole thing. But I ended up on this whole side plot about Warren, James Warren, who Dawson was trying to prove, or trying to not prove, he was trying to validate some rumors that he had heard about the prior criminal allegations against James Warren. James Warren's the guy that's kind of helping to run Mr. Beast's cousin. He's helping run the business. He works with Mr. Beast's mom. It's like a whole family affair. I found a Mormon, a possible Latter-day Saints connection. Well, anyway, ended up turning out that the James Warren who had those criminal allegations or charges or whatever against him, I was never able to determine was the same James Warren. And it was very confusing to try to explain a lot of that stuff that I was finding to like a non-lawyer audience, because they say that you really understand something if you can explain it to a 5-year-old. I have a hard time explaining things to 5-year-olds when it's like complex legal things or like following an evidence trail, all the while trying not to get sued, by the way, by these extremely litigious people. Anyway, so I just was having like almost flashbacks to that Mr. Beast investigation that I did when it kind of veered off from the main path that everyone else was taking on the major interstate highway of information news online and or whatever commentary. And then I kind of took this hard detour into like investigation land. Okay, I either regret or am happy to inform we're back there. We're back there. I fell into the deepest research rabbit hole yesterday on this legally mine. I got my little obnoxious hair clips in. But this one's kind of like not. This one's kind of a little too much. Like it needs to be affixed better. Anyway, okay, so I ended up. It's all public records. Some of them I even had to buy. Let me just take care of this. My God. Okay. Some of them, did I have to buy any of them? I don't remember. No, I don't think I did. Actually, I think all this was free public records from the public. So we're going to get into some of that, but I'm just giving y'all my mindset here, okay? Because before we get into this, like, I just want to warn you, it may feel a bit scattered. I do plan on eventually making these are kind of like live investigations, okay? I do plan on making these into more like concise videos that will then just come out, kind of like the one you just came from. If y'all put a 2 in the chat if you came over here from my other channel, that Surprise Witness. I will be condensing some of the stuff that I find on these live investigations with y'all into those videos too. So if that's more your speed, like I get it, but I'm just trying to give y'all a little background as to like what to expect today, because as a preview, let me just show y'all the advancement of the web, like how my web has advanced. Now, before I bring this up, just to remind y'all, this is just my notes. This is not facts. This is just my notes. Don't take this as allegations. Don't take this as facts. This is just like a web for me to organize my thoughts, and to remember stuff and where stuff was. So if you started watching on the first day of my coverage of this, which I think was maybe, 2 episodes ago, 3 maybe. I think it was 2 episodes, maybe it was 3. Then you would have seen that this was a very underdeveloped web. And I think it still is pretty underdeveloped considering what I think I'm about to get into and what I'm about to find. But just to remind you and reorient yourself and me in this world here, I didn't replace Brandon. I had other things to do. Okay. But this right here is the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. He is one of the major characters in this whole saga with the reckless bin scandal or whatever, you know, the YouTuber who made the I tracked down the thief who stole 200,000 of Lego. Now, I did watch the Coffeezilla documentary about it last night. It's not on YouTube yet. I did have to pay the $5 Patreon, but it was worth every single dollar. It was worth every single dime, cent, penny, nickel, all of that. Oh my God, he did a really great job. I just have to give it to him. That was an excellent job because he really did kind of like focus back in on like, right, what is the whole thing stemming from here? The whole thing is stemming from an allegation that a family, had their Legos, which were worth a lot of money, stolen. That's the allegation. Someone stole it. So it's like, all right, what Coffeezilla's investigation really narrows back down into, I think those primary questions, fundamental questions, foundational questions. And then this whole thing has kind of like grown legs, grown tentacles. We're all interested in this and that and the other. It is very fascinating. But like Coffeezilla was kind of like, all right, well, were the Legos there? How do we know if the Legos were stolen? Who would have stolen them? Which Legos can be accounted for here, there, this day, that day? He pokes holes in everybody's story except Reckless Ben. He doesn't really focus too much on Reckless Ben. He really focuses on he investigates the Lego situation. And where is the Legos? Who stole the Legos? How much money would the Legos be worth? He got exclusive interviews with people involved. And so after I watched that, I will admit it kind of didn't change my ultimate opinion on the case, but it did change some things that I was giving more importance and kind of reprioritized my priorities, like, you know, rearranged them. Like, for example, the number that's been being thrown around this whole time is $200,000. That's how much the Lego collection was worth. Now, I did figure that was an amount that would be up for debate, but yeah, come to find out, like, Crystal is the first person, Crystal Law, the original or the previous owner of the store, the one who made the deal about the Legos. She did say that she was the one who initially tentatively appraised the collection at about $200,000. She's the one who put out that Bricks and Minifigs Salem Instagram post that was like, it's a $200,000 collection. Come by and see it before they get all bought up or whatever. And she invited journalists and stuff to come and look at the Lego collection and all that. So she said in Coffeezilla's documentary that she valued the Lego collection at $200,000 at first, but she doesn't think it actually was worth that much. And her reasoning was she went to Brian's house where the Legos were being stored, and she, sorry, I lost my train of thought. And she just took a look around. The Lego collection was in, 3 separate rooms across this house, I don't know. And she just took a look and decided it was worth $200,000. Well, I mean, girl, that would have been nice to know before last night, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I do think a lot of the stuff on the Crystal Gorman side can be chalked up to like she's doing her best. You know what? I'm not even going to give my full opinion yet. I want y'all to go watch it. Don't listen to my opinion on it. But anyway, there were things definitely, I want to say, on the not the Crystal and the Gorman and Law side, but on the corporate side. Oh my God, they looked the worst. I'm going to say that. Okay, I'll say that. They got busted. They got busted repeatedly over and over with video footage. Oh my gosh, it was just masterful. I got to say, it's been a long time, and it is like few and far between when you get a documentary that's like a real documentary. And I feel like that's how I left away from the Coffeezilla was very impressive. Good for him and all that. I will say I don't agree with everything he says, but that should just give my review even more, I think, weight, because I'm not like out here like fangirling over Coffeezilla, but like that was a really good documentary. Okay, anyway, so it all started there, the May 21st. We talked yesterday at length for hours actually about these 3 court cases. So today I do want to take a slight detour from that just to give my voice a rest and give my brain, that part of my brain, a little rest. It would become, I think, tedious and boring. I want to do some updates. I want to talk about some updates, but really, I mean, the grand crescendo, and I think like what I really have like not seen anyone talking about is excuse me, is the business aspect of things and the potential background of the McNeff brothers, the potential blueprint they perhaps would have followed. Now, this all started because, really, y'all basically bullied and peer pressured me into looking into this legally mine thing. Like, y'all kept saying it, legally mine. Like, you were saying, like, some of y'all were saying stuff like, Amon McNeff is a member of Legally Mine, or he owns or he runs Legally Mine LLC, and they had gotten in some trouble and things like that. So that led me to the dad, because he's kind of associated with the Legally Mine thing, right? And so the dad of who, not him, where's he? I guess I don't have a spot for him. Well, Matt, I think Matthew is the name of Amon's brother. I know I'm saying that wrong, but I just like saying it. It's kind of like vocal stem or something. So Amon, this is his dad, okay? Now he I think that's him. I mean, his name is Dan or Daniel McNeff. I showed y'all this newspaper clipping yesterday, but this is from 2002 where Amon and Dan and his dad Dan were mentioned here. So I guess I can make it a little bigger so you can read it, but that's not really the point of, that's just kind of like I said, this is not the facts. This is just like my, current investigation. As y'all can see, as if you're following and have followed, the map, the web, like keeps getting bigger. It keeps changing. Like things will move around. So this isn't facts. Okay. But that, I'm looking into Legally Mine, I'm kind of down here. I end up finding these other related companies. This is really where I think, man, if I can figure out how to get it out of my brain into y'all's consciousness and understanding, I think it's just a whole separate, I don't know, 50% of this whole case. Like 50% is what they've done to shut Ben up, and maybe we'll do 30-30, 33-33. We'll do 33% of this case at this point, I think, is what they're doing to shut Ben up. 33.333 with the thing on the top percent is the story, the first originating story of the Mancells, the people who have been wronged. No matter whose fault it is, no matter who's pointing their finger this way or that way, they have been wronged. And in my opinion, I think that they, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda on Brian Mancell. Coulda got a UCC, shoulda got a lawyer, woulda this, did, but he didn't. And I can understand why he didn't, because he didn't know how to value these Legos, and he went to the place that he thought would be trustworthy, and they had at the time a good reputation. They are the leaders in the field at this. So while I can absolutely coulda, shoulda, woulda, got a this, that, and the other lawyer to look at the contract, I mean, y'all forgetting, I think when you say that, I think you're forgetting he's trying to sell Legos to get money for his children. These are not like rich people. Like going to get a lawyer, just going to pick one up to look over your Lego contract. No, I can understand why he didn't do that. And I'm sure looking back on it, he probably wishes he did. But anyway, so that led me to looking into all this. And I think that this is probably the other leg of the story. I think that, a hit dog hollers. Like, dost thou protest too much or whatever? Like these, I'm trying not to get sued, really. I just want to be able to say my opinion and speak it in peace. But It's, got to think about every word you say out here. Ugh. Okay. It doesn't make sense to me, in my opinion. It does not make sense to me, in my opinion, the reaction that BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, especially at the corporate level, has had to Reckless Ben. It seems and appears to me to be really outsized. And so one explanation for that is the one that Ben offers up. They are going on Darvo. They are reversing the victim and the offender because they don't want to be held accountable in the lawsuit. That's one possible explanation or contributing explanation. But another one is they don't want anybody really looking too hard at what they doing over there and how they acquire inventory. They maybe don't want anybody looking through their business. And I am going to probably have somewhat of a difficult time getting through this. Okay. This part when we get to it. And it will probably seem confusing, but if somehow I can manage to explain to y'all what I found in the hours after I got off this already hours long live stream yesterday, I think it's going to be like, oh, their behavior is starting to make a little bit of sense. Oh, wait, is this also perhaps proof of some of their behavior? Stuff like that. So it may become tedious, but I think it'll be in the public interest. Thank you so much to Kitty Aki for the $2 super chat. Good morning, cousins. Hope today is a beautiful day. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there's another guy who's claiming that he was a franchise owner and it was similar stuff had happened to him too. Okay, look, listen. All right. So where we're going to start is, okay, let's start with some news first. So, first of all, the GoFundMe for Brian. Now people are calling it Reckless Ben's GoFundMe. It was not his GoFundMe. It was a GoFundMe for the family, or for Brian Mansell, from what I remember. And it was not for Reckless Ben's legal fund. It was not for any lawyer fees or anything like that. It was for the family. I think it was to, help them get back the Legos. Now, yesterday after I got off the live and after I was like done with my mind-numbing investigation, then I ended up finding out that the fundraiser, the GoFundMe, had been taken down. It had been, I don't know, deleted. People were saying basically when you went to the link where the fundraiser used to be, it was saying fundraiser not found. So wow, Chantal said, Chantal's back, or is it Chantal? Back pain said, Breaks and Minifigs is taking cash payments. Now this is, I don't know, I've never been over there. I don't know what they're doing, but she said they are taking cash payments and constantly undervaluing its purchases. They charge outrageous prices for signage. Right. The signs is what they charge so much for, right? To the franchise owners, and they are ripping everyone off, according to your opinion. Now there's 2 GoFundMes, one for Brian and his family, and one for who else? No, I don't know what it said. Provable patterns. We're going to go look at the GoFundMe because guess what? It did get put back up. So this is a Reddit post from last night. I saw posted. Now it is outdated now because at the time that I saw this post, it was the case that the GoFundMe was not up and well, it was gone. It was saying fundraiser not found. So this says GoFundMe update under review. This is when it was, still under review. Hi, I donated to a GoFundMe and it shows up in my profile. But when I click the link, it says fundraiser not found. And then there was like a GoFundMe representative, like chatbot or whatever. Hi, this is Stella from customer care. I'll make sure you get taken care of. Allow these minutes. Okay. Sorry to hear about the issue. I just wanted to know, the customer said, what happened to the GoFundMe? She said, I can see the fundraiser is under review by our team. This is why you are unable to access it. Okay, are you going to be issuing refunds? And the chatbot said, it is being reviewed by our trust and safety team. So once it is complete, things will be done accordingly. Okay, why is it under review? Was asked. And the chat person, bot, I don't know if it's a robot or what, said, at this moment, we do not have any information. I'm very sorry about that. Then the customer is like, do you know if the choice to review the GoFundMe was made by you, like GoFundMe, or were you forced to do it by a court or a restraining order? The chatbot or whatever thing said, unfortunately, we are not provided with any specific reason why a fundraiser is placed under review by the trust and safety team. So I'm unable to share additional details at this time. The customer said, okay, thanks. What are the potential outcomes of the review by the trust and safety team? Could this fundraiser go back up? Are you going to issue refunds? Could it be paid out to the organizer? And the GoFundMe said, chatbot said, while the fundraiser is under review, we can't predict the final outcome or provide specific details about the review itself. Okay, no, I'm just wondering in general. It said, in a general sense, when a fundraiser is placed under review by our trust and safety team, there are typically two possible outcomes. Either the review is completed, the fundraiser is put back up, allowing it to become active and accessible again, or the fundraiser gets took down, pretty much. It can't continue. The donations in that case would then be automatically refunded to the donors in accordance with the policies. The specific outcome depends on the results of the review. So I guess the GoFundMe was put back up. And, Reckless Ben, he is gagged right now. Temporarily. He is temporarily restrained from making any comments about pretty much any of this. Thank you so much to View Garconify for the $2 super chat. Original GoFundMe is back up and running. I know. Okay, we're going over there right now. Thank you. Thank you for that $2. Okay, so if you go to Reckless Ben's YouTube, go to his posts, even though he's gagged, he is kind of still, keeping people up to date to some extent. He's not mentioning any of them or anything. I don't think this is a violation of the temporary restraining order, especially my reading of it. It just said he's not allowed to post anything disparaging, harmful, harassing, whatever. And this doesn't seem disparaging or harmful. This just seems like an update about a GoFundMe. So 16 hours ago, he said, they took down Brian's GoFundMe. Frowny face. I wish I could talk about it, but I'll go to jail if I do. And then that was 16 hours ago. So overnight, the fundraiser's nowhere to be found. People are freaking out. And then he says 2 hours ago, GoFundMe is back up. Maybe someday I'll be allowed to talk about what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe someday I'll be allowed to talk about what's going on behind the scenes. It's crazy. So then the GoFundMe is here. It has raised, $461,009. And then, here's what it says on the GoFundMe currently. It says, organized by Ben Schneider, I stole a family's life savings, help Brian recover his stolen Lego collection. Okay, so it says, Brian and his 83-year-old father spent the last decade building an incredible Lego Star Wars collection together. Their shared passion resulted in about 780 sets and more than 1,200 minifigures, with the hope that one day selling the collection could help pay for their grandchildren's college. Because apparently these, especially the sets, if you don't open them and stuff, they appreciate in value from the price you pay for them. I'm not like really in the world or whatever, but that's what I've kind of heard. So last year, Brian consigned the entire collection to a mystery company. He changed the... He is funny. He changed it to a mystery company so it could be sold over time. The collection was so impressive that it drew news coverage and huge crowds at the store. But in November 2024, everything changed. This mystery company's corporate took over the store during a dispute with the franchise owner. This is a good, concise explanation. When corporate seized the store, they also took control of Brian and his father's collection, or what was left of it in the store, even though it did not belong to them. According to Brian, the guy who's built the collection with his dad, according to Brian, the company removed the identifying tags from the sets and continued selling the collection instead of returning it, claiming he could not prove ownership. They're like, prove it, prove you own it. And he was providing proof, but none of the proof was good enough for them. Brian and his dad have tried going through authorities and legal channels, but the cost of forcing action in court could be tens of thousands of dollars, making it extremely difficult for them to fight back. This fundraiser is to help Brian and his father recover their collection or the value of it. Oh, and cover legal costs. So it does say, or legal costs. I don't know if it always said this. This does appear to be at least edited to take out bricks and minifigs, and it just says a mystery company. This fundraiser is to help Brian and his family or his father recover their collection or the value of it and cover legal costs. Your support can make a real difference in helping them seek justice and reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Yeah, the photo is still up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you so much to Forever Sealed in Christ DJ for the $4.99 super chat. From watching Reckless Benjamin the Assassin, his IQ is really high. He takes down all these big corporations. He knows what he's doing. It's chess. Yeah, he does seem very bright. He does seem very smart. I mean, I went to law school. So, I mean, like, I'm a lawyer. I graduated from law school. I took the bar. I passed it. I don't practice law. I can't represent clients. So the lawyer in me does kind of like, that was not smart on some of the things he does, but that's because I know the law probably better than he does. And the reason that I wouldn't do some of the stuff that he has done is precisely because I do know the law. Like, for example, I would never have said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. No, because I already know, like, that can be used against you in harassment, stuff like that. Also, I know Ben has been sued before, but like, I don't know. I've been in locking horns with people, okay, in like litigation for years and being attacked in lawfare and stuff. And like a lot of the stuff they've tried to hold against me is stuff that I've been able to like disclaim and say I didn't do that. But in Ben's case, there's some of the stuff where it's like, I don't think that what's happening to Ben is right. I just want to be very clear. And I don't think Ben did anything, strictly speaking, in my personal opinion, wrong. If there's some type of technically he trespassed or technically he, residential picketed, then okay, fine. If there's criminal consequences for that, fine. I don't think he did anything wrong, though, in my opinion. There's some things I think cross the line from what I would do. Like, I would not be on top of somebody's building hanging a sign over their sign. Like, I just know that they're going to call the cops and say I'm vandalizing. You know what I mean? So that being said, I do think and understand and realize Reckless Ben is very smart. And I also understand and appreciate that he's willing to take risks I'm not willing to take. Some of that stuff he did, he probably knew he could get in trouble for it, but he did it anyway because he's, I think, calculating what risks he's willing to take. And I think that's why he keeps now saying like, or I'll go to jail, because he's like, all right. Yes. Thank you so much to Wink Tartan Bell. Remember too, these guys have or had an LLC called Legally Mine that specialized in lawfare. I'm not sure about the specializing in lawfare part. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that as a hedge to what I'm about to say. We're going to be getting into the whole Legally Mine thing today. Like, that's my big moment for this live show today, because this other stuff is kind of like me reacting to the GoFundMe got took down. But once we get to this Legally Mine, I'm going to show y'all something that I found that I think is, I don't want to overstate it. I don't want to overstate how important, but I think it's important. I really think it's important. I think the Reddit's going to be blowing up. I think it's going to be buzzing. I think it's going to be buzzing about in the Reddit after today's live show about what I found on these corporations. It's going to be, I'm kind of dreading having to like figure out how to explain it, but that's like a personal limitation. This is so true, Scorpio C80. The problem is you can be morally right and even legally right, but it still will cost a fortune to prove that in court. Certain things aren't worth the cost. That's definitely something I think the bricks and the minifigs types are counting on when they sue, and when they threaten lawsuits. Yes, can we please get the likes up to 500? That'd be great. I am Thomas Tran said, Ben is an extreme athlete. He's willing to push many things to the limit. But this one, he doesn't have the control as he does as an athlete doing slackline. You're so right. You're so right, Thomas. Oh, nice. So there is a GoFundMe for Ben now as well. Let me see. Oh, I don't know if this is a real GoFundMe. Yeah, that wasn't real. The one that was like support reckless Ben in his legal battle against American Fork Police Department. Oh, it's on Give, Send, Go. Nice. Is this authorized? I'm not going to share any GoFundMes until I know it's authorized. I do know there's a lot of GoFundMe. I do know there's a lot of GoFundMe scamming in the world. I would never accuse somebody of being a GoFundMe scammer. However, I don't want to send my subscribers over there. I don't want to send people who are trusting me over to somewhere to for a scammer to take your money. So let me just no. I personally, just knowing what I know right now, I would not be donating to anything that Ben didn't himself organize or authorize. That's my opinion. That's what I'm going to be doing with my money until further notice. So I'm not going to encourage anybody else to do something I wouldn't do. I don't know who Actual Justice Warrior is, to be honest. Never heard of that person in my life. If y'all know who that is and y'all want to go donate, that mean you can. I would not encourage or suggest that until further notice, because Ben has shared the other GoFundMe. So I'm going to let, if his lawyer maybe comes out and says something like a real spokesperson, but the GoFundMe scamming is alive and well, girl. People will sell out their own daddy for a corn chip. What did I say the other day? For a corn chip and a coupon or something? Like, people do a lot for couple $100,000, all right? Like, including take people's lives. So I'm not going to send y'all over there to a GoFundMe yet until I get some other public verification. Yeah, no, I mean, this person, this AJW, no shade to them. Like I said, if y'all know who that is, y'all want to go over there and do that, please do. That's not up to me. I never heard of them. Thank you so much to Bryce for the $49.99 super chat. In litigation, 7 years over my builder forging my construction draws. He used images to forge, oh my God, this is terrible, and approve reimbursement to himself, $527,000. Stop. I had already paid $489,000, reported to the American Fork Police. Bryce, oh my God, hold on. You posted on X. Is it the same name? Wait, I was going to cover another American Fork Police Department. Oh my God, y'all. I am neck deep in the Does Jay-Z Wear a Lace Front investigation, by the way. Look at the first thing that showed up on my timeline. Comparing the hairline of Jay-Z to see if he's wearing a wig now. Anyway, okay. What is your Bryce Jones American Fork? Will it come up on that? Oh yeah, I think this is you. You don't even follow me on Twitter, Bryce Jones. Just kidding. Okay, I'm on the Twitter. Screen recording, picking up the images used to forge my construction draws and fraudulently Steal 500. American Police Department said this was a civil matter. They didn't even investigate Bryce Jones? Wow. For anyone curious as to Jeff Strong's answer about my forged signatures. Okay, y'all. So there was a whole nother American Fork thing. You know who Lackluster is? He like does stuff with Sean Paul Reyes, who's like my online friend and like also like probably real life friend at this point. Long Island Audit. He's a First Amendment auditor. Well, he does stuff with Lackluster. I think they have Attorney Shield together, which is an excellent, really excellent service. Not sponsored at all whatsoever, but I mean, he is my friend. I don't have it on my phone because I am a lawyer, but if I like had kids or something and they were about to start driving or something, I definitely would get this Attorney Shield. It's like where you can, when you open the app, it immediately starts filming. So it's to film all your interactions with police. The police cannot get into it and delete it or take it, like it goes immediately to a cloud. And if you need an emergency situation, it'll call an attorney for you and they'll be your attorney like at the traffic stop, or it's basically made for interacting with police. It's not meant for going to do First Amendment audits. But anyway, so Lackluster, I think, is involved in that Attorney Shield app with Sean Paul Reyes, the First Amendment auditor. And I love Lackluster's videos. He does like police audits too, but like, you know, review style, like as a video. He did a whole series, 2 episodes or more, on the American Fork Police Department and this guy who was basically victimized by them over there. I think American Fork resident. So I need to watch that. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. And y'all go check out Bryce's story. I did follow him and I want to check this out in more detail. Not on live, but shout out to you and thank you so much for that $49.99 super chat. We definitely stand with accountability and transparency here. Thank you to Player Profit for the $2 super chat, $2 Canadian. Oh, am I at 10,000? Oh my gosh, get it. Let's get some confetti in the chat. I'm at 10,000 now? Finally. I know it's been really fast, but for some reason I wanted it to go faster. Shout out to everybody who subscribed. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at that. Look at me. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Yay. Wait, I think I have cheers. Hold on. I need to start using my little board more. Hold on. Did y'all hear that? Could y'all hear the yay? What about this one? Anyway, thank you for letting me know, Player Profit, and for the $2 super chat. No, y'all couldn't hear it? Okay. Okay, good. I don't feel bad about not using it now. All right, anyway. Hooray, yay. Okay, back to what we're doing. So, shout out to Bryce. If y'all want to go follow his story, you can follow him on Twitter at B_RJones89. Okay. So that was the update about the GoFundMe. Now, I made a video earlier on That Surprise Witness about... Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about something I need to do later. I made a video on That Surprise Witness earlier about, like, basically from what it appears to me to be a lie caught on camera by the American Fork Police Department. And it was about them, like, seizing someone's phone. He was trying to turn his phone off. His name is, I think, Sheldon Northross or something like that. Sheldon, I think, is his first name. But he's, like, part of the Reckless Ben crew. Or he was, like, at that time, March 11th or whatever. And they, like, snatch his phone out of his hand because he was trying to, like, turn the side power button to, like, take his wallet off the screen. And they snatch his phone. They, like, rough him up a little bit. They even referred to it as an altercation. But he has actually been speaking out on the case. And he made some statements as of yesterday. So let me pull up his video. He made a short video yesterday talking about it. And at the time that he made the video, the GoFundMe was down. Okay. Okay. So this is his channel, Sheldon Norcross. Do a like. I'll turn the captions on. Hopefully y'all can hear it when it plays.
Yo, what up everyone? This is gonna be a super quick video update. I've got a video on Ben's gag order coming tomorrow and stuff. I'm not under it yet. You know, I'll be served eventually, so this will probably be my last Bricks and Minifigs video tomorrow. I'm just waiting on the thumbnail.
Now that's interesting. That was one of the questions I asked yesterday. Who else does this gag order, this temporary restraining order apply to? Does it apply to only Ben? Are they going to try to put it on other people? Are these cops and these other, you know, Bam and Bricks and Minifigs and all them going to get to keep making statements, but not Ben? That's question. And he's like, he thinks Sheldon, he was there, you know, helping film and stuff on some of the days. He thinks that he's going to get served with this gag order.
Brian's GoFundMe has been taken down, which is pretty devastating. I don't understand how or why. I've tried reaching out, you know, no one's gotten back to me. I feel like it's super unfair for everyone involved.
Totally. I agree.
It just is unbelievable.
Like, imagine you're going through this, and it's probably like the hardest thing a lot of these people have ever been through. Take it from someone who's been through lawfare at a much smaller PR level. And it's horrible. And you feel so isolated and alone. And when they get these gag orders or these temporary restraining orders based on lying about you, and you can't talk about it, you can't even defend yourself, it is horrible. It is horrible. It's nowhere near the same thing that Ben did. You know, they would probably argue, oh, he's the same thing. He was horrible, but he did. No, he did not take away their right to speak and defend themselves. He might have a big platform, but they can go on someone's big platform. That is not okay. And it's just so isolating, especially when you're trying to do something that's right and you're coming from a good place. Like, oh, it sucks. It feels so unfair.
The lengths these people will go to make sure, you know, they just look like the bad guys. I mean, how could you possibly think getting that taken down would ever be a good idea in a million years? The whole internet rallied behind this.
It's true.
And it was cool seeing everyone come together, and it was cool.
Even people who are saying, yeah, you know, Reckless Ben's a pain in the beep, and he shouldn't have this and he shouldn't have that. Even those people are like, but these cops, this is wrong. This is so wrong to have a gag order and not allowing him to speak and stuff. Thankfully, that's only temporary. And I am hoping that the judge clarifies that Ben is able to speak to a very large degree, even if he were to lose a defamation case. So that hearing is going to be coming up at the end of this month on the 30th.
That, like, my sacrifices led to something. Yeah, so I'm working on my own video right now. I'll make a video tomorrow. There's been like updates in the case as well. But yeah, Brian's GoFundMe's gone. Bricks and Minifigs is one. You know, soon I'll be silenced as well. I'm pretty scared, you know. The only reason I'm not served is because they're completely incompetent. Clearly, by the way they run their franchise, that's, you know, pretty apparent. Because I've never heard of a company taking down a GoFundMe to pay back someone that they stole from in my entire life. I don't think anyone here who's watching this video has.
Think about that. Taking down a GoFundMe to take money from the person that you already stole from. Oh, man.
Because I've never heard of a company taking down a GoFundMe to pay back someone that they stole from in my entire life. I don't think anyone here who's watching this video has. But yeah, that's the reality of the situation we're in, you know. These corporations can just silence us and win. You know, this is being human, you know. This is every corporation I've worked for. This is how it works, you know. This is why I want to do content. I hate corporations with a burning, fiery passion. They just do not care about individual human beings' thoughts or feelings at all to such a degree. It literally disgusts me as a guy who like cares a lot about people and things, you know, and is really passionate to watch the whole internet come together on something, and then this evil mustache
Right. It
twisting
was
guy
fun.
just uses fancy money and his fancy lawyers. And I just don't know how this is going to solve anything. I don't know how Brian getting money from a GoFundMe, you know, would have hurt them at all.
I truly, truly think that for the Bricks and Minifigs people, the number one priority was shutting Ben up. It wasn't money. It was nothing else other than literally shutting him up, stopping him, like, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Like, they could not even make one step forward until Ben stopped making videos. Every new video was another million views overnight. It still is. He posted one yesterday morning, 4 or 5 minutes, or two, not even 2 minutes long, and it's got millions of views. It had over 1 million views in the first couple hours. And so I think their first priority was to stop him from being able to make responses to every move they make. Now they've been able to do that. They will have that for the next couple weeks, I'm assuming, next 20 days. And in that time, I think we can expect to see a massive PR move on the behalf or on the part of Bricks and Minifigs. And this includes infiltrating into the Reddit forums. I have a whole analysis coming in a little while. Thank you so much to Kate. I do have a couple clips that I'm going to pull up about this. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. American Fork City Council meeting went up on YouTube last night, and the town is asking for, or the city, they're trying to raise taxes, basically 9% property tax increase in the budget to pay for the $600,000 police lawsuit. And the citizenry is pissed. Yes, I do have 2 clips from the American Fork City Council meeting last night, and it's 2 disgruntled, apparently residents, and they are making it known that they do not support what they saw the American Fork Police Department do. They're mad, they're ticked off that that's going to be their tax dollars are going to have to pay for this lawsuit and all that. So I do have some clips on that coming up. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Okay, let's get back to Sheldon.
It didn't, you know, we came together to help this guy, and you guys ruined it, just like everything else, I guess, in this whole thing. So I don't know. That's, you know, I'm pretty bummed about it. Yeah. So shout out to you guys on Patreon. You're gonna see the super sick video I'm working on. It's hilarious how bad everything has gone. And if it weren't for you guys, I'd be homeless right now in a state I don't even live in.
Wow.
So thanks a lot. I think tomorrow will probably be my last time I can ever post. I've got a thumbnail
Today.
I paid to be made for that one. It's the video about Ben being silenced and my thoughts on it. So I'm not really going to touch on it much because, you know, I spent a lot on that thumbnail to get it done in time.
I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that there's like creators and people out here that have to like be held up over the like YouTube thumbnail maker crew just to get their video out. I mean, I tried to do a thumbnail making class on my channel before and y'all didn't watch it.
So yeah, I'll talk about my thoughts and everything on Ben being silenced. But
I want to see that video. Thank you so much to Midnight Kitchen Trips for the $10 super chat. I'm confused. Has the GoFundMe just been taken down at this point, or has it been confirmed to have been removed and awarded to BAM? Oh, thank you for the $10 to the travel expenses. I need to add up what I made yesterday, you know, after what I actually took home. And then I know there was like $107 from the Cash App yesterday. That I can say. I need to add up. It doesn't update for 24 hours. That's why I wasn't able to do it. Okay, so thank you for the $10. So the GoFundMe was taken down. It was for a time apparently under review by the trust and safety team at GoFundMe. And as of a few hours ago, it went back up. Okay, so it's back up now. I don't know who got it taken down. If I had to guess, I actually think it probably was a mass report, either bots or some type of social media PR crisis team had somehow an ability to get the GoFundMe reported on a mass level so that it automatically just triggered it getting taken down. If I had to guess, that's what I think happened. Now, is that because of Bricks and Minifigs? I mean, who knows? I have no idea. It also may have been the case that Bricks and Minifigs sent a letter to GoFundMe corporate and said, look, there's a lawsuit, there's a temporary restraining order, take that down. And then their lawyers did take it down to not be violating a restraining order, even though it doesn't apply to them. and allowed Ben then to update the GoFundMe. So it was taken down or at least removed temporarily where if you were to click the link, it would say fundraiser not found. But if you click the link now, it does say that the fundraiser is there, it's up, and it appears to be a little bit different than the original wording. Like they call Bricks and Minifigs a mystery company, for example. Thank you so much to Lion Dust for the €5 super chat for the travel fund. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
After that, I'll probably be silenced too. So this will probably might even have wasted my food money on a thumbnail because they're probably going to, get me served, but I don't really think they can.
Oh my God, I will make his thumbnail for free. Somebody tell him. Somebody tell him just send me a text or an email, and I will make him a free thumbnail. He doesn't have to pay nobody for a thumbnail.
But they got Ben through email, so I don't want to ruin anything, but it's just a load of freaking malarkey. So yeah, peace out, everyone. Hopefully this isn't my last post because, probably my channel's coming down next if the GoFundMe got taken down. So thanks for all the support, man. I'm pretty devastated, but
y'all leave him alone.
We'll get through this.
Sailing said money on the thumbnail, but no title. I know but you know what? With all this stuff happening, it does help to have the date in the title. I will say.
Guys, brick by brick.
Okay. Shout out to my brother at Tufstino. This is the thumbnails he's paying for? I will make him one of these for free. I will make him one for free, and he don't have to wait for the rest of forever for it. Okay, he hasn't uploaded anything, though, since that one. He's suing Brandon Best. Oh, he has some good videos. I watched this one. I guess I started watching this one, it looks like, too. Josh Johnson fired from Mormon Council. The cure to world hunger is perpetually suing Brandon and Josh. Okay, well, shout out to him. He was the one who was featured in that video that earlier that I put on That Surprise Witness. Yeah, shout out to him. It is sad. It's a hard experience to go through, I'm sure. I've never been through it on that scale. And of course, my hourly rate is $3,333 an hour. And so if I'm doing something for free, I mean, that's me telling you brick by brick, Okay, so we already read the Reckless Ben posts. Okay, so this leads right into this. I couldn't have put this better myself, so I just want to read it to y'all. Somebody posted this on, ironically, the Reddit, but Reddit is the place where this AstroTurf happens the most. Somebody literally somebody literally commented earlier today on my video and said they tried to share my coverage of this case in the H3 podcast. And I mean, in the H3 Reddit, the H3 podcast Reddit. And she was like, immediately, like a bunch of people jumped on me about how That Surprise Witness is ruining Bam's reputation and ruining Bam, this and that. Like, Bam has never been better. Bam is obviously very happy. He's been doing interviews. Bam Margera, long live the king of Pennsylvania. I'll say that. He's doing great. So the bots are like even outdated because the bots are still going from whenever they were saying I was ruining his life and all that or whatever. Like, it doesn't even align with reality. And ironically, H3, Ethan Klein, is suing or was suing for this exact type of behavior against him on Reddit. And so it's very ironic that it's in his Reddit where the bots are still like programmed to like be anti-me. Like, immediately people get like 100 downvotes. It's like bot activity over there. But I know firsthand that it happens. I've seen it happen. Like, there's no way it got 100, exactly 100 thumbs down in the first second every time you post something about me. It's obviously bots. So at least some of them. Now, that's not to say that I don't think that I have some haters. I'm sure I do. It's just like nothing nice is allowed to stay up. It's like all negative. Anyway, whatever. That's why I don't really be going too much on Reddit unless I'm like in a niche story like this one or like the David one. But this is such good advice. I couldn't have said it better myself, so I'm just going to read it to y'all. The title of the post, this is from yesterday or a day ago. Now that Ben is officially silenced, Bricks and Minifigs will start astroturfing online communities. Bricks and Minifigs has officially hired a crisis management team to handle this PR disaster. The purpose of these companies is to influence online discourse, and they're really effing good at what they do. It's going to start subtly. You'll see users undermining Ben's authority, arguing what he should have done. He should have just gotten a lawyer, as if they are privy to the things that he's doing behind the scenes. I believe we're already at this stage. Then you'll see people openly undermine Ben's credibility, which is also already happening. See Scott Schaefer's hit pieces on Ben. Once those seeds are planted, this goes right along with the type of work that I do, like on BJ Investigates and that surprise witness, and like I'm trying to do over here. Once the seeds are planted, you're going to see those marketing people being more brazen and openly supporting Bricks and Minifigs in comment sections. They are going to utilize bots for this. They'll utilize downvoting. That's what happens to me on a lot of these online communities. They'll utilize downvoting to suppress posts like this one that we're reading. I cannot be more clear. These people are professionals. Making you question things is what they do for a living. You might think you're resilient to propaganda or resistant to it. You might think you can tell if someone's a bot, but the point of propaganda is often not to convince, but simply to demoralize and then to humiliate the other side. This is why you have to push back, or you don't have to. I'm not saying this part is my, idea or whatever. I'll just read what the post says. I don't think you necessarily have to push back, because what I do is block. When I see a bot, I block. My block list is 10 miles long or something. But he's saying this poster is saying to push back against industry plants with extreme prejudice. If you see people attacking Ben for dishonest reasons, push back against it. That's reasonable. I mean, there's things to criticize Ben about. I don't think that there's everybody criticizing Ben as a bot or a plant, but I do think it's very good advice to be aware of it. No honest person would question how Ben is handling these things when the other side is so blatantly corrupt and wrong. The point, I'm not going to say a wholeheartedly no honest person, but I do think, I agree with the sentiment that Ben doesn't seem to be as to blame as every other party in the whole case. The point is, we don't know what Ben is doing behind the scenes. True. So if someone is making assumptions, they may have an ulterior motive. The point is first to undermine, then make you question, and then finally completely dismantle Ben's narrative, all while he's not allowed to speak, by the way. It'll start by muddying the waters and by poisoning the well. Bricks and Minifigs thinks you're dumb, they think you're cattle and you're easily swayed, and they think you have a short attention span and that you're just going to forget about this if they silence everyone involved. Okay, so you would be surprised. Somebody said they're too late for that. You would be surprised. A good AstroTurf campaign can turn things around in just a couple days. And for me, I think, it's good information to have. It's good information to know. I know I'm not impervious to PR or to propaganda. Some of it most likely does work on me and get right by me. But that's why I like to keep returning back to the facts, back to the public records, back to the statements that the Bricks and the Minifigs people have themselves made, comparing statements at different times, because PR, okay, fine. I can't talk about something in a Reddit without getting downvoted. Okay, fine. But what do I actually really think? I like to keep going back to the facts, and a lot of that can all be found in public records. I want to see part 3 too, and I think it's in the public interest. We should all be able to see part 3. I think we'll be able to soon. Sorry, I had to send a text. We'll get episode 3 eventually. Did you see the pic with the U-Haul? I sure did. I want to watch Coffeezilla's video again. I might watch it on here with y'all after it's been out for a few days. Like, it's on Patreon right now. I'm not going to watch it while it's not even on YouTube yet. I'm not going to. Far be it for me to be the first one to bring the Coffeezilla documentary to YouTube. No, he deserves to have his moment. But I need to watch that whole thing all over again. But yes, the U-Haul thing blew my mind. That was one of the biggest shocks of the whole documentary. Okay, so there was, speaking of public records and things that are public, let's check out the American Fork Police Department video dislike ratio. Somebody said, congratulations 10 days ago. Congratulations to American Fork Police Department for creating the video with the highest dislike to like ratio I have ever seen. 47 dislikes to every 1 like. 515 likes and 24,000 dislikes. Here's a list of some of the worst ratios that they could find. Colleen Ballinger's apology was 12-1 dislikes to likes. That vegan teacher's attack on Dar Man, 9 dislikes to every 1 like. YouTube Rewind 2018 removed from YouTube, but last reported numbers available online were 6.5 dislikes. I don't know what the YouTube Rewind 2018 was. Justin Bieber Baby has 0.6 dislikes to every 1 like, and Baby Shark has a half of a dislike to every 1 like. I don't know why they included those last 2. Okay, anyway. All right, so I thought that was interesting. Speaking of American Fork, they had a city council meeting recently. I think it came online last night. And there are a couple highlights that I want to share with y'all from the American Fork City Council meeting. Okay, so I liked this video. I don't know if I want to subscribe. I don't know that channel, but I liked the video. This is from a YouTube channel known as or called Girl Friday. It says Reckless Ben defended at American Fork City Council meeting. Okay, so it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds long. Let's see what they had to say at the American Fork City Council meeting that came out last night about Reckless Ben. Audio sucks. Okay.
Hi, Daniel Soroka. When I reviewed the budget, I noticed that there was an increase of around $600,000, which is a 9% increase to our property taxes. Even though this increase is large, it is not large enough for the upcoming civil lawsuits that our city is about to face because of the misconduct of our police department. Our police department in March went on a crusade against an individual, and he now has legal rights to sue this city.
True.
That is going to be our taxpayer dollars that are going to have to pay for that. The police chief then went on a media release and lied to the public.
Oh.
He stated that the individual did not complete a traffic stop or did not complete a stop sign, complete stop, but when reviewing the video evidence, they did. He said that when this individual was trying to serve court papers, which is his civil right, that when the police reviewed the court papers, they said that they had already been served, which was a lie. They had not been. The police went on, the police swapped.
He said 3 different things they did, and now he's about to say another one. He said they lied. They lied on TV and said he didn't do a stop. He obviously did. They lied. What else he said?
He said that when this individual was trying to serve court papers, which is his civil right, that when the police reviewed the court papers, they said that they had already been served, which was a lie.
That other one. Right. The police called up to the courthouse and they were like, hey, is this a real lawsuit? And the clerk or whatever was like, yeah, it's a real lawsuit. It's real. It's a real civil thing. And the cop was like, oh, have the papers been served? And she said no. The clerk at the court said no, they have not been served. And the cop lied and said that Reckless Ben was trying to serve papers that were already served, but they really were not served.
They had not been. The police went on, the police swatted this individual, arresting 5 people without any arrest warrants, and then took 4 of them who they did not even know the identity of.
I'm glad that this man is so worked up by this because I am too.
Into custody.
And I'm glad the locals are standing up for what's right, because this was wrong. Regardless of what Reckless Ben did, exactly what the American Fork and the Oregon police had told them, this is a civil matter. So if it's a civil matter, I don't know why the cops had to get so involved as to be eavesdropping and listening in on Airbnb talking about stolen Legos. No shit, they're talking about stolen Legos. Y'all had an interaction with them for 3 of the past 4 days about these stolen Legos. Duh, they're here to find the stolen Legos that y'all said was a civil matter. And they go to this house, they arrest these, one of them was actually literally a kid, a minor, swatted. It was insane.
Arresting 5 people without any arrest warrants, and then took 4 of them who they did not even know the identity of into custody. One of them being a minor, which they pointed a gun at. This is unacceptable conduct of the police department. When Paul took office, he said, "I am extremely committed to ensuring our community members are proud of their police department and their officers."
I think Paul's the one who came on the whiteout screen with the bright lights and the microphone that didn't work good. I think that's Paul.
I am not proud of my police department officers. In fact, seeing this conduct, I am in fear of standing here with seeing if there's any retribution that they might bring on me.
He's like, I'm scared they're going to retaliate against me. This is out of control. Wow, I just got chills. Good for this guy.
Because that is what they did to this individual. And if they're willing to do that to them, they are willing to do that to me and to anyone else. Thank you.
Somebody flash. This kid on the front row. Okay, so that was one. Let me show y'all somebody else. It wasn't only one person. It was somebody else too who stood up and said something later in the meeting.
Okay. Did I say your name right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Just like the month. So I'm here on similar words to the man in the suit back there. Last month, a man investigation of a company was swatted by American Fork Police Department over accusations of theft. The company in question was accused of failing to uphold contract with a client in which their $200,000 allegedly worth of collectibles were failed to be paid back upon distribution. The investigator of their efforts, which they stated were to see the collectibles either returned or the money paid for, were met with efforts from the police department to do the opposite of that. I wish to make clear that this is not an accusation of prejudice, but rather an observation into the behavior of the officers involved.
Okay.
Upon the investigators' arrival to have a conversation with the company manager, as is required before.
Somebody said it's a packed house. You know what it really is? They got people standing on the stairwell. Like, it's overflowing. Every chair is full, and there's people standing, even.
Civil suit, they were stopped by officers. On drive home from work, the investigator was pulled over and singled out like the man over there mentioned. Shortly after being informed that the court case and the legal process being used were real, the officers proceeded to arrest the investigator. Upon attempted delivery of court papers by an official, they were also stopped 3 separate times by the American Fork Police Department.
Right.
And after the investigator set up fund to help out the owner of the collectibles during the legal process, police forces showed up to his domicile and he was held at gunpoint.
That's crazy.
The police department during this has demonstrated reckless usage of resources and responsibilities, and it has tainted faith in American Fork's ability to protect and serve. And it is my calling, as well as for a lot of people, that...
Is this a code word? It's my calling? He's like, look, we want to talk about callings. We want to talk about revelations. It's my calling and revelation that the cops do their job and equally and equitably and honorably.
Investigation be conducted into the officers responsible, and if wrongdoing is found, to consider termination with replacement.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm glad to see that there was some defense of Ben at the city council meeting, and I'm glad they have some sense over there. Shout out to them. Okay. So now one of the questions that keeps getting brought up and asked, what does Legos have to say about all this? What does Lego think about this, the company? What's their stance? Are they somehow formally contracted to Bricks and Minifigs, or what's their thoughts? Have they spoken? Well, apparently, and this came up 5 hours ago in the Reckless Ben Reddit, posted by Maleficent Bridge 41. She said Lego's reply to letting them know about the impact on its brand reputation. Okay, so somebody said, I guess, sent a letter in or an email into Legos, and I guess they responded. It says, "Dear so-and-so, thank you for reaching out to us and sharing your thoughts. We are aware of the situation and understand why it may raise concerns from our fans who care about the Lego community. As Bricks and Minifigs operates independently, and because this is a legal matter, we are unable to provide more info. Your feedback is highly appreciated, and we're grateful that you've taken the time to get in touch. We want to make sure we're doing a good job for you, so take the survey below. Kind regards, Victoria from Customer Service." Oh, this was the letter or the email they sent to Lego. As a lifelong Lego collector, I'm ashamed of what you let an authorized dealer do. Okay, I do not condone sending this type of emails to unsuspecting companies. Bricks and Minifigs is the original Lego authorized reseller, seller buying, selling, and trading new and used Lego sets. As an original Lego authorized reseller acting like this, using its Lego gained money to pursue a case like that directly falls on you and your brand. My image of the Lego brand is shattered in Lego pieces. Oh my gosh, that is so silly. Anyway, so Lego does appear to be aware of the situation. If this email screenshot is to be believed, they're not going to comment further, but they do make somewhat of a statement by saying, we understand why that might raise concerns from our fans who care about the community. So, I mean, can you take that as them, taking a side, yes or no? I don't know. But I did think that was interesting to say the least. Thank you, Don't Talk to Me, for becoming a new member. Cute little doggy pic. I get why Lego is hands off at this point. The community of Lego will boycott, maybe. I mean, okay, here's the thing. This is going to be a really unpopular opinion. Y'all are going to hate this opinion. I feel like I shouldn't even say it. I don't see why people need to boycott the brand in this case. Like, yeah, continuing to support this business does continue to help, Amon and, whoever put food on their table or whatever, sure. But there actually are, kids that go to birthday parties and stuff at these places, and these are little community places that that bring people joy and happiness. And why should all that be ruined because those two idiots can't get their together? I mean, in my experience, the trash takes itself out. They're going to be selling this company off to somebody else soon. But I know, unpopular opinion, unpopular. Ben's last video got hyped to number 44. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if y'all don't want to support evil people, that's fine. But I do think that Stan Twitter and Discord and stuff has really gotten to a lot of y'all's heads, where you chew off your own nose to spite your face, or whatever the saying is, cut off your hand to spite your arm. Okay, those people are going to be getting their money no matter what. Now, I do understand what a boycott is, and I do understand why people boycott. I mean, I'm not stupid. But in this particular case, it's I understand if you don't want to support people. That's fine. But you also got to understand, they're just sitting at the top of this pyramid. There's a lot of people under them that are probably also struggling because of their decisions. And do they have to suffer too? Even more? I don't know. I mean, it's just things to think about. But I know y'all are very black and white thinkers. Y'all don't like nuance too much sometimes. That's fine. Okay. So speaking of speculation, did brother Josh get kicked off of the Mormon High Council? I mean, that is one of the questions. Hold on a second. That's another good point. Can the franchises still, can they sue? Can like the people that own the franchises sue because of name tarnishment or whatever? Oh my God, hold on. There's a lot of new people here who don't know how it works, so I have to get rid of them. Yeah, money talks for sure. Aren't there videos of stores ripping off customers? I don't know. Are there? Don't come in here and ask me questions like I'm supposed to be the teacher here. All right.
Latest police that Reckless Ben has brought to light. Well,
this lady looks like one of them Scientology plants. I'm sorry. Like one of them ones that pretends to be a true crime YouTuber just to like be a part of an AstroTurf campaign. Put a 3 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about.
This police footage, which was leaked and unredacted apparently, shows Josh telling the police or stating that he was on the LDS High Council in his stake.
He said that?
This is interesting. I have a source kind of close to the situation who is able to
Anonymous source. We don't know who that is, so take with a grain of salt.
to confirm that yes, he was on the High Council for about the last year and a half or so, but he has been released from that position as of June 2nd, 2 days ago from the time that I'm taping this. This is kind of unusual on a Tuesday.
So this is about a week ago. A week ago yesterday.
Usually these things happen formally on a Sunday, but apparently no longer a high council member, which is kind of a high up position in a local stake.
So they done took him off. It went down on a Tuesday. They done took him off the high council. I don't know if that's true. They would have waited till Sunday, right? Why wouldn't they have waited till the Sunday? Anyway, that was a rumor I saw. Okay. So I think the time has come for us to talk about Legally Mine. So let's go to the web. Okay. So this is the web. Okay, this is my web. This is just notes. This is not facts. Can we get the likes to 550, please? Can we please get the likes to 550? Okay, so this is my little mind map that I made. This is not AI. I made it myself. And it's kind of like some of the key players and characters in this whole thing. Now, as you can see, the Reckless Ben side of things is just not very well filled out. I have the 3 lawsuits and like his video, and it'll get filled out for sure. Over here on his side of things, we also have Crystal and Brian Mansell. Matt McNeff, this is the brother. He's the co-owner of the Bricks and the Minifigs franchise. I'll put this kind of more here, I guess. Okay, I do this constantly. Gotta keep it right. Okay. So then there's this co-owner here, Matt McNeff. He hasn't made his entry into the story too dramatically quite yet, but he is featured on that Coffeezilla documentary. He does kind of mess in the nest, as it were, for these brothers. And then they have this dad. I probably will eventually move the dad like higher up than the brothers, but I just haven't done that yet. And then the reason I even stumbled across the dad is because y'all were begging, pleading for me to talk about Legally Mine, this company that supposedly Amon and his brother had owned or still own or whatever. These are the different things that y'all have been telling me. And so I looked into the company. Come to find out, there was a huge admonishment that they received last year. And then that just brought me into a whole rabbit hole of Legally Mine. And I think I done found some stuff that they probably did not think anybody was going to find, nor did they want anybody to find. So what I want to do is I want to start with this article right here. It's from Forbes, Forbes.com, and it was written about a bit over a year ago. Right after there was some punishment handed down to this Legally Mine company, which involves and specifically names Amon McNeff's daddy, Daniel McNeff. Okay. So as you can see, it's the Forbes. I'm going to turn it on reader view. Okay, so here's the title of the article. Asset protection firm, Legally Mine, LLC, found to be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. This was published in Forbes or Forbes.com, February 25th, 2025, by an author by the name of J. Adkisson. All right. The Supreme Court of Ohio entered an order finding that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff, that's the McNeff, Amon McNeff's dad, okay, engaged, so but the dad. In this article, Amon and his brother Matt are not mentioned. Just says Daniel engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio in the case of Ohio State Bar Association versus Legally Mine LLC. The Ohio Supreme Court's order also approves a consent decree that will be published below and ordered Legally Mine LLC, so this is the McNeff company, and McNeff himself, Daniel, the dad, to pay $5,000 as a fine, plus an additional $1,220 in costs. The consent decree requires that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff provide to the Ohio State Bar Association a list of all their Ohio clients with those clients' contact information. Legally Mine LLC and McNeff are also to contact every one of their Ohio clients and notify them that the Ohio State Bar Association has initiated a complaint for the unauthorized practice of law and that a consent decree has been entered. Legally Mine LLC and McNeff are required by this judge's order and consent decree to explain that an Ohio attorney was not involved in the preparation. So they have to reach out to their clients. This is a year and 3 months ago. They had to reach out to the clients and explain no attorneys were involved in the preparation of your documents. No attorneys reviewed the legal advice that we gave you. And to the extent that the legal entities to the extent that legally created entities were created for the clients in other states outside of Ohio, the company Legally Mine LLC must inform the Ohio clients whether an attorney licensed in those states was involved in the preparation or review of legal advice. Next, each Ohio client may elect to have their own Ohio attorney review the asset protection plans and the documents that were prepared by these people at the McNeff company. The clients could also simply terminate the agreement that they had with Legally Mine LLC. Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff are also required to obtain a receipt confirming written contact with each of their clients in Ohio. The order of the Supreme Court speaks for itself. You can read it here. Okay, so then this author gets into what I think is the good part of the article. He says, now what follows next is purely my opinion, and it really doesn't relate to Legally Mine LLC or Daniel McNeff. Utah attorney Jay Mitten, who was born in 1941 and he actually died in 2020. All right, he died in 2020. Jay Mitten, he's sometimes hailed by certain people and groups as the father of asset protection. That is a lie. The real father of asset protection, if there is indeed any such person, is a Colorado attorney by the name of Barry Engel. Now, he also is no longer with us. He lived from 1954 to 2017. He persuaded the Cook Islands to adopt self-settled spendthrift trust legislation in the late 80s and started the field of asset protection. This guy, Barry Engel, provided legitimate and effective asset protection plans to his clients and was an occasional speaker to the American Bar Association's Real Property, Trust, and Estate section. Barry was a born innovator, and he went on to demonstrate that more exotic structures like the Liechtenstein foundations could be efficiently and safely employed as cutting-edge asset protection devices. But this is not about Barry Engel. Okay, so you might be like, okay, what's the point here? We're getting to it. This Legally Mine business, and we're going to look at a few video clips, but this Legally Mine LLC, this section of the video today is called What is Legally Mine LLC? They tout themselves as an asset protection service. They sell you a service and they make it harder for you to get sued, or for people that sue you to get your money and stuff like that, right? So in an article in Forbes about an asset protection firm, Legally Mine LLC specifically, this one, being engaged in the unauthorized practice of law, he's just going on this side tangent about these two other asset protection people. He's like, back to Jay Mitten. Other than being a licensed attorney, he was everything that Barry Engel was not. He was basically a quick buck scam artist who sold asset protection kits of dubious value and formed numerous LLCs and other entities for his clients. And this probably accomplished nothing. His snake oil was mostly sold to doctors, and a member of his team once told me, this author, that the Mitten presentations involved the use of shills in the audience who would jump up and run to the front podium to purchase the kit so that they would cause a stampede by real buyers who were afraid that they might get sold out before they could purchase one. What this guy, Jay Mitten, left behind was a legacy of folks, mostly in Utah, what this described as snake oil salesmen who would rely on shills in the audience. What he left behind was a legacy of folks, mostly in Utah, who continued to run his scam. These groups will use fancy sounding names, something like American Medical Institute for Physicians Asset Protection. I just made that name up, he said. And they'll go to medical conferences and sell basically the same junk that this Jay Mitten guy once sold. Some of these groups involve attorneys, but some don't. Attorneys may be loosely affiliated with a particular group, but the group is not organized as a law firm, so any attorney association with the group is at best nebulous. These groups all have websites that make them sound like a law firm. But when you read the disclaimers, But if you read the disclaimers closely, they will all say they are not a law firm, although they do have attorneys on staff or standing by, whatever that means. The problem with these groups is that not only are you being sold something that's probably close to worthless, but by not dealing directly with an attorney, there's no attorney-client privilege, which should protect the communications between these groups and their clients, but it doesn't. As I have written many times, the vitality of the attorney-client privilege is paramount in asset protection planning for many reasons, not the least of which being the intent to test the voidable transaction laws, fraudulent transfer laws. Another problem is that these groups purport to offer solutions everywhere, although, and in sometimes, he said, although, and this is something he also points out all the time, he said, asset protection is often very dependent on the laws of the state. So if a client decided to get an attorney to do asset protection planning for them, that attorney better be licensed in the state where the client resides. Any group claiming that it can do asset protection on anything like a nationwide basis is engaging in at least some degree of deceit or fraud. Note that the lawyers who are affiliated with these groups are also putting their own licenses at risk. He said, look, this isn't to say that everybody in Utah is an asset protection scam artist. He said that would simply not be true, but there are some completely legitimate licensed asset protection planning attorneys in Utah who stay within their ethical swim lanes and provide the asset protection solutions that have been sanctioned by the legislature. Nothing is wrong with that. He said very simply, a person who desires asset protection planning must deal with an attorney licensed in their state who actually engages in planning and not kit selling or mass LLC formations. Keep that in mind, mass LLC formations. No firm of non-lawyers, no firm where the participation of an attorney is nebulous, no firms that sell pre-packaged products or provide you with forms for you to fill out even if they assist. There are a number of these asset protection scam groups out there, and they are particularly aggressive in their marketing. They have very high profiles on social media. They will get speakers to appear at high profile events. They will drop a lot of names of their supposed clients, and they will make you feel like they're the only group in the world who knows anything about asset protection planning. But this is exactly what scammers do. If you start digging deeper and check out their backgrounds, or usually the lack thereof, other than they seem to do a lot of presentations, you will eventually find there's nothing really there but a bunch of high volume marketers. These groups are not going to provide you with anything like efficacious asset protection planning despite their promises. The only thing that will really happen is your wallet will become lighter. If you don't know whether you're dealing with one of these groups, before you sign with them or let them take any of your money, take the time to place a phone call to the State Bar Association and check them out. The folks there will be happy to tell you who's licensed and who isn't. And you can sometimes ask these groups whether they had anything to do with Jay Mitten. That's going to give you the answer you need to get. Okay, so again, I just want to remind y'all that part about Jay Mitten and Barry Engel and all that doesn't relate to Legally Mine LLC, and it doesn't relate to Daniel McNeff. However, that article showed up here in Forbes.com just last year. Okay, here. Now, I also was able to obtain the actual order itself. And let's watch. So this is Amon McNeff, the Bricks and Minifigs CEO. This is their dad. And Amon McNeff in the past has said that he learned his entrepreneurial spirit from his dad. He said in the past that he grew up in an entrepreneurial family, and his dad had owned, a business as well. And this is him right here. Okay. So he was named in this opinion and order and consent decree last year. And he also was made to pay a $5,000 fine, as well as this company, Legally Mine. So I started looking into the Legally Mine, business records and stuff. And first thing, before I even started looking into ownership and is Amon McNeff and his brother involved or anything like that, I just wanted to get a brief idea for myself what even in the heck this company even does. So I'll just pull up a couple different YouTube videos that I found. This one, we're not going to watch them and stuff, but this was posted 3 years ago. And it's some kind of a conference. Legally Mine, keep what you earn. Legally Mine. Oh, wait. I don't even have the right thing up. Hold on. This is all I've been looking at right here. It says Legally Mine Asset Protect and Tax Reduction Gold. Okay. And it's 2,200 views. And it says, Legally Mine, keep what you earn. I think that's him right there. I think that's Amon McNeff's dad. I'm not sure, though, for sure. There's this Scientology coded presentation up on the board.
Welcome to our Legally Mine presentation today. I'm grateful to have you all here. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase at one time or another in your life, the only two guarantees in life are death and taxes. How many of you have heard that? Okay. Well, for the successful professional, we're going to add one additional guarantee. And that guarantee is a guarantee of lawsuits. Because if you have success, especially financial success, that's what I'm talking about.
This is Amon McNeff's dad. This is the dad of the owner of Bricks and Minifigs, or is it not? This is his company he had. Thank you, K-Rock, for the $9.99. Hit the like. He said the only thing for sure in life is death, taxes, and lawsuits. Here's another video.
Welcome to the Propreneur Podcast, where we help practice owners become better entrepreneurs.
I'm your host, Dino Watt. All right, everybody, welcome again to the
There's Emma McNeff's dad right there.
Podcast. My name is Dino Watt. Excited to have you here for another episode with a professional on this episode where we talk about so many things that help you get the best practices possible inside of your practice. And as always, just want to give a shout out to everybody for sharing this podcast to their friends and colleagues and helping us grow all of your efforts. And today is no exception on our podcast of having a great professional to talk to. I actually met our professionals team at Smiles at Sea. I've talked about Smiles at Sea on this podcast.
Smiles at Sea? What the hell is Smiles at Sea? This feels Scientologistic. Dental cruise. The hell? Smiles at Sea, the premier choice for destination continuing education. Embark on a unforgettable journey with us. Education meets adventure. Okay. All right. So they met at Smiles at Sea.
And talked to them and thought, man, the more legal advice I can get for you guys out there, the better, right? Because I think there's a lot of stuff out there that is pretty interesting. And for you as professionals, as business owners, it's important to get the best legal advice you possibly can. And although legal advice,
it's important to get the best legal advice you possibly can. And then 3 years later, he would get in trouble for practicing law without a license.
Not giving you specific legal advice, you need to go and talk to them in person. This episode's all about how you can protect yourself. And our guest today is Dan McNeff from Legally Mine. So Dan, welcome to the show.
This episode's all about how you can protect yourself. Okay.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I'm excited to have you because, and that might sound like an oxymoron that I'm excited to talk to an attorney, I'm sure, but I am, because I actually think it's very interesting. One of the things that I found in this profession, when I first got into it over a decade ago, I was surprised.
Can this guy shut up?
Often where it's my friend did this, or I know a good guy who does tip on how.
Let him talk.
Years, retired, got a CFP and studied at University of California, San Diego for that. Was in financial planning for 15 years, retired. I was with Citigroup and was a senior vice president and the principal broker. Primarily in Southern California. Retired from that.
Okay, anyway, so there's another one I found here. Okay, this is not a video. This is Yankee Dental Congress, Mr. Dan McNeff, Chief Executive Officer. He's the CEO of Legally Mine. In addition to running his own businesses for the last 20 years, he served as the Senior Vice President of one of the nation's largest financial services companies for 15 years. I think it was Citi. He's a published author. He has one book, many magazines, conducted hundreds of seminars. Remember that Forbes article? What do they have in common except doing a bunch of presentations? Hundreds of seminars, and is responsible for helping thousands of people protect their assets and reduce their tax liability. Okay, so he is the Chief Executive Officer of Legally Mine. Okay, and he was at the Yankee Dental Congress. Now, this is one of the more recent ones they did. This is from literally last month, and it's so full of stuff. I had to make a little key on the side. Thank you so much to Pinehelm Holler for the $5 super chat. McNeff looks like if Oscar the Grouch was a human. Thank you, JJ, for the $5. Free Luigi, not for any reason or CEO in particular, though. Thank you for the $5. Okay, so I want y'all. So now we're here, and then after we watch these couple small clips from this one video, I want to then get into the actual documents I found. But it's difficult to really give context for those documents without y'all understanding what this business, Legally Mine LLC, actually does. Am I aware of the Amon's lawsuit against his dad? kind of, I've seen people commenting about it on Reddit and stuff, and I did find some paperwork within these corporate documents to indicate that they had a split with the dad. But I'm not exactly aware of a specific lawsuit, no. Okay. So there's a couple points I want to show y'all here. First of all, let's start around the 5-minute mark. Wait, is this the one? Yeah, okay. Let's see.
Kind of the joke is you ask
Say, I don't want to chew during this time.
what you be doing. They say, come in next year and I'll tell you what you should have done, right? So we need someone who's looking forward, looking at the legal side and the tax strategy side.
Y'all, this is 3 weeks ago. This is May 15th, 2026. This company, Legally Mine LLC, just got in trouble last year in Ohio for practicing law without a license or unauthorized practice of law. Now, 3 weeks ago, May 2026, the month that Bricks and Minifigs would eventually sue Reckless Ben, these people, they are still out here saying, gotta have somebody looking on the legal side.
Kind of the joke is you ask your accountant, what should I be doing? They say, come in next year and I'll tell you what you should have done, right? So we need someone who's looking forward, looking at the legal side and the tax strategy side. So I want to welcome to the stage Legally Mine.
Because there's two things in life that are certainties. Ben Franklin, all-time classic quote here, death and taxes. And I've just...
Wait a second. This lady stood up and started her speech the exact same way as this guy. Two things certain in life, death and taxes. She wants to add a third one?
To the stage Legally Mine.
Welcome to the stage, Legally Mine.
Because there's two things in life that are certainties. Ben Franklin.
So first of all, look at the little thumbnail they have right here. Proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection. Okay. I know that this is the long way around. Okay. I know it's the long way around. But you mean to tell me Amon's daddy owns a company that specializes in asset protection for proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection? You mean to tell me that the Bricks and the Minifigs owner, wait a second, that's their dad that owns that company? And that Amon has already said his dad's entrepreneurship is why he's an entrepreneur. So, you know what I'm remembering is that Josh and whoever it was crossed their arms at Brian Mansell and said, sue us then. You'll never be able to get the money out of us. You'll spend so much more money. Is it because they know how to play lawfare? I want y'all to really listen to what this lady says in this presentation. We're not watching all of it. I have about 4 different spots I want to show y'all here. But look at this just right here. This lady is purporting to speak at a conference of dentists about the proper use of legal entities for lawsuit protection and tax reduction.
Classic quote here, death and taxes. And I'm just going to add in there that if you are a dentist or you live in the United States of America, frankly, lawsuits, it's like a third certainty these days. But I want to talk about all three of them.
Yeah, your boss's sons, they're doing that right now, lawfare.
Let's talk about death for a second. This is going to be our indigestion part of the day, and we're going to get through it quickly. Bear with me. If you don't want to chew during this time, it's okay. It'll only last for about 1.5 minutes. Death. 67% of people in the United States are dying,
Okay,
right?
so that's the lady. Okay, she's talking about estate planning or whatever. Okay, so I want to go to about the 5-minute mark, and she talks about, she uses an interesting terminology about hiding assets. So I'm starting at 4 minutes, 31 seconds. The part that I have marked here is 5 minutes, 40. So let's listen for about 1 minute.
I have a client right now. Her 17-year-old son goes to a party, gets drunk, has sex with his girlfriend. She hadn't told her mom that she was
Interestingly, she doesn't mention how old the girlfriend is. Was she 12?
really active. So when her mom found out, she said, it wasn't my choice. This young man who's 17 years old is now being charged for 3 counts of felony rape, and his mom is being sued because she's vicariously liable. How much is the lawsuit for? 1.7 million. Last month, she paid $17,000.
So like any good salesperson, she's creating this fear that somebody had never even thought of before, but she's going to offer you the solution.
To her attorney to defend, to try to keep a hold of what she's made during her career. What I'm talking to you about today, guys, isn't I am a really, really good practicing dentist. I know you are. You wouldn't be sitting in this room if that wasn't the case. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm talking to you about the idea that we have this process where we hire human...
I'm talking to you about the fact that your kid could go out and R-word his girlfriend. What? Why is she talking about this at the dental conference? Actually, come to think of it.
Oh, I have an accountant, I have an attorney, I have a wealth manager, I have a wealth strategist. Good. To protect what? This big pot of gold you're trying to build. But my advice to you is put a lid on the gold, build a wall, and then move the darn thing so that nobody knows.
Put a lid on the gold, build a wall, and move the darn thing. This lady is speaking 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago at a conference to dentists, telling them to put their gold under a lid and hide it. This lady is speaking on the behalf of a company called Legally Mine that is owned by Eamon's dad.
To protect what? This big pot of gold you're trying to build. But my advice to you is put a lid on the gold, build a wall, and then move the darn thing so that nobody knows where the target is. Why do we just keep hiring human shields? It's way more expensive. Because I got news for you. When the Army does show up to get your goods, your human shields that you've been paying for all this time, let me tell you what they tell you. They tell you that'll be a few $1,000s per hour. Thank you very much. And by the way, we got to hire more people because we need more bodies to human shield this thing. And even then, we're probably going to lose.
Okay, so she kind of talks about the necessity to hide assets. Okay, so then she starts talking about some very creative accounting. Okay, so it's kind of, think of this as an advertisement, I think. 73 views, 0 likes.
Their travel fees, they could pay for them themselves, and I could have $14,800 of my children's expenses that I'm not paying taxes on. Novel concept. This is what allows that kind of a tax strategy to start to work without giving you the liability of turning your child into an employee or paying taxes.
So here she's talking about how you can move your money around basically and not pay as many taxes. Okay, fine. There's nothing illegal about that inherently. But this is just one of the things this is Legally Mine. When I'm asking myself the question, what is Legally Mine LLC? What does it do? What does this company even do?
On that child as an employee. Does that make sense to everybody? Really important we understand that. Now, what's really cool about this is people are like, okay, cool idea, but I want to actually control my assets. So if I do this, who's in control? Well, really interesting that the government doesn't have a problem with a management company controlling this. Who can own the management company? Interestingly enough, I can. My name cannot be a limited partner and a general partner. Nadalyn Lewis cannot be a limited partner and a general partner. But fascinatingly enough, Nadalyn Lewis can be a limited partner, and Lewis Financial.
She's talking about her kids. She's like setting up an office, like Madeline's my daughter, Lewis is my husband, the dog's name is Gary. I mean, I'm just kidding about the dog. But she's like, I mean, it all sounds great, and it also matches perfectly with that article we read, does it not? Put a 5 in the chat if you're like, oh yeah, this kind of sounds like what that guy was talking about, like asset protection, and you know, they're the only ones that know what they're doing. It's kind of like starting to line up a little bit. I'm not saying that this necessarily is who he had in mind, but it was an article about them. But then he was like, oh, this part doesn't have anything to do with them.
Can be the management company, and I can own that. So my husband and I own Lewis Financial as 50-50 partners, and we are 1% owners as general partners. Then we each have named limited partnership with all 4 of our children.
Okay, so now she starts to talk about something. I think that's probably the most important thing I want to show y'all: piercing the corporate veil.
Inside. So if you are set up as an S corporation, it happens to all of them. So let me give you an example of this. Let's say, for example, that you had everything in one bucket. Your practice is set up as an entity, and you...
Okay. This is where Bricks and Minifigs starts to, I think, possibly circle back around. if you have everything set up in one company and you get sued, for example, by like Reckless Ben or Ben Mansell, and they might be about to get into your assets, how do you protect your assets? Yeah, Bear Honey said this is not tax evasion. This is written in the tax code so far. Yes, so far. I'm not saying that they say anything that is tax evasion either, by the way. I don't really know. I'm not an expert about taxes.
A piece of equipment. If that same practice hires your employees, and that same practice pays your bills, and that same practice holds the lease on your building, and that same practice is it has the bank account that actually captures all the insurance payments that come in and any of the other payments that come in, what are you doing? You're putting all of your liability and, by the way, all of your assets into the same big, beautiful bucket and saying, I just gathered it all up for you. It's nice and contained. Have a good look.
Okay, something else scary, right? How do you not do that then? Well, they can help you.
Now, we did that because somebody said, but wait a second, that is an LLC. It's a limited liability company. I'm doing that to limit my liability. LLCs work fascinatingly well when we use them properly. A limited liability company limits your liability from something that happens outside the entity, from something that
Again, is this lady a lawyer? Because this sounds like legal advice or something.
happens inside. So if you are set up as an S corporation or limited liability company and you hold your assets there and something happens in your practice, your personal assets could be protected if you had a limited liability in your personal assets. So you could have two separate LLCs. But if something happens in one spot and it's all in one spot,
We're getting to the important
really
part.
Unfortunate news for you, and that is everything is on the table. Now, here's what's been really painful in the medical field, is that there is something called,
Listen,
and we're going to actually teach you a strategy for
Listen.
this, but there's something called piercing the corporate veil.
piercing the corporate
In the
veil.
medical world, this happens all the time, and especially with dentists, and I want you to understand why.
Piercing the corporate veil, like a bridal veil. This is so important. You have to hear this part.
It's because they came in and they said, you can call this Happy Smiles Are Us all day long, but the person came in to see you, doctor. You are the one that puts your hands in their mouth, not Happy Smiles Are Us, LLC. So we're going to pierce the corporate veil and go after the owner. And it's worked. So we're going to teach you a strategy for that. But what you really need to understand is that your assets need to be contained inside LLCs, and you can't put them all in one place. So what this looks like,
Your assets need to be contained within LLCs, and you can't put them all in one place. She then goes on to talk about Walmart. She gives this Walmart example.
like them a little bit, right? So let's talk about who uses this properly. Disney, Walmart. Do you guys know that a Walmart parking lot's the most highly litigation-filled landmine on earth? It's painful. Except for you never read about them because they never go through. Do you know why? Because you get to Walmart and some small child that's 3 years old is maneuvering a cart that's built as a weapon of steel against your vehicle, and they ram it right into the backside, and you're like, good glory, I'm going to sue that kid or Walmart for letting him have the cart. And so they go in to have a suit, but here's the problem. Walmart doesn't own the parking lot. There's a company that owns the parking lot. But they don't actually own the parking lot. One company owns the land, but they've leased it back to an asphalt company. And then the carts are owned separately. So what caused the lawsuit? Was it the cart or was it the asphalt? Because we got to figure out who you're suing. But here's the problem. If it's the cart company, they might as well just give you the cart. You can have it. We were going to replace that when it was rusty anyway. If it's
So what she's saying is they put each shopping cart in an LLC. So if one shopping cart hits somebody's car, then the person who wants to sue can only sue the company that owns that one shopping cart. I don't even think that's real. I think she's making that up. She might be exaggerating.
asphalt company, they just give you a pickaxe. I mean, what are you going to get? There's no value. There's why there's no lawsuits. Disney does the same thing. You get some cute little grandma, she goes rides Thunder Mountain Railroad, gets a little overly excited looking for Mickey Mouse, and woo, she hurts her back. She's going to sue them. They never should have lit me on this crazy darn ride in the first place. And they go back, they look at the film. What time did you get on? Oh, 3 o'clock. Oh, yeah, we see you. There you are. You got on Goofy Cart number 4. Let's have a look. Who owns Goofy Cart number 4? Goofy Cart number 4, LLC. Your lawsuit is with them. What do they own? Goofy Cart number 4.
And when she did that flipping motion through the thing and said, Goofy Cart LLC, your problem was with them. All I could think about was the Bricks and Minifigs corporate people pointing the finger. Oh, that's the local franchise. Oh, that's Salem Bricks. Oh, no, you should have sued. Oh, ha, Reckless Ben lost the lawsuit because he sued the wrong corporation. He should have sued Salem Bricks instead of Bricks Store 2. Like, I'm not sure it's exactly a shell company because franchises are different. But the way she's saying it, like, you can get victimized by it. and then you can turn around and victimize other people by it. That's what she's doing. She's like, okay, yeah, if you go to Disney World and you get hurt on the Goofy ride, you got to sue the company that owns the Goofy ride because it ain't Disney. But if you keep going up, Disney does own it. Nope, you got to sue Goofy ride number 2. Nope, we're going to get rid of that cart anyway. It's rusty. And then she's like, oh, but you need to hire my company that I work for to do this for you. Okay. So then she talks about holding companies and other things. But I think like for the purposes of just kind of giving an overview of like what this Legally Mine LLC even does, that's a good starting point. So used to be when you would go to Legally Mine LLC, it would bring you to this page. This is from the Wayback Machine. So this screenshot of the website for legallymine.com/team. This screenshot was taken and saved to the web archive May 31st, 2026. That was about 2 weeks ago. It says, meet the team. Y'all know I love a Wayback Machine meet the team moment. First person, owner and CEO, Dan McNeff. Dan McNeff. Do you see him? Dan McNeff, owner and CEO. This was just a couple weeks ago. This was actually taken, this screenshot of the website was actually taken after the Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit was filed against Reckless Ben. So, oh my God, look at the website now. Look what it looks like now. So this is actually Legally Mine. No, get away from me. LegallyMineLLC.com as of today, Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. This is what it used to look like. May 31st, 2026. Meet the team. Dan McNeff, Lauren Thompson, Lindsay Thompson. Okay. Now today, meet the team. Mike Webb, Lauren Thompson, and Lindsay Thompson. Girl, they done did the bait and switch, the switcheroo. Legally Mine, Dan McNeff, gone pecan. They done replaced him with VP of Marketing and Sales. Girl, do you see this? Do y'all see it? Thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat catch up. Thank you for looking into this. Yup, that's where we are. That's where we are. Once again, this is today. Mike Webb, 2 B's. This is May 31st. Now, people are saying go back further and you will find Josh. Okay, let me go back. Let's go to December 2024. It's loading. They're saying if I go back, I'll find Josh. And I have been looking for proof of that. I mean, actually, somebody has, it's called a ball and cup. Yeah. Who are the legal team people? Are they the paralegals? Okay. So this is back in 2024. It still looks like it's still kind of loading. Yeah. What is the legal team? Good question, actually. Entity creation team. Oh, girl. This is the team that creates the entities. Wow. Look at Tuesday. Tuisdie. Tuesday McMillan. Okay. Where's the executive director's marketing team? So how far back do I need to go to find, let me go to the captures. How far back do I need to go to find Josh, brother Josh? Let's go to 2022, I guess. Try that. August 2022 seems to be the earliest. His picture got shell game removed. Okay, look, we're on meet the team. So 2022, doesn't look like there was anything up there. Okay, let's go to the next one. Unless somebody knows the actual date where Josh is. The Wayback Machine does take its sweet time. Look what it used to say: services, asset protection, tax strategies, medical lawsuits, estate planning. Asset protection, tax strategy, estate planning, testimonials. Okay, I don't see no team on here in November. Okay, let's go back here. 2020. I guess let's go mid 2025, March. I have been looking for Josh Johnson on here. Until 2021. Okay, thank you. So it wasn't captured. The earliest capture of the team page is 2022. It looks like to me. This is 2026. So if y'all are saying he worked for them until 2021, there's no captures of that, so that wouldn't be able to be found. Anyway, so I did want to show y'all that that was now deleted, and this is where things started to get, I'll say, very confusing. Let's start here with, let's just go to the Utah Secretary of State. Let's go there. Okay. So this is the utah.gov website. I'm going to search Legally Mine LLC, or just Legally Mine. All right. Now, remember these four here if you can. I mean, I'll keep coming back to it, but Legally Mine LLC. Okay. The oldest one started in 2009. Domestic Business Corporation. Okay. That one has expired. It's no longer in existence. Then the next oldest one is Halloween 2019, Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. But if you look at the status, it's voluntarily dissolved. So wait a second. I'm trying to find out who is Legally Mine. What do they do? I think now I have a pretty good idea of what they do after watching a couple of the presentations and reading the Forbes article and all of that. So now I need to figure out, because I have heard allegations that Ammon and his brother Matt are also owners. I've also heard allegations that Josh Johnson worked with this Legally Mine company, but I wasn't able to find that on yeah, Horse, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. In the Legally Mine video, she claims that, for example, in a Disney theme park ride, the lawsuit goes to Goofy Cart number 4, whose only asset is supposedly the cart, hence no recovery value. Wow, right. Doesn't that sound familiar to some allegations we've heard in this particular case with Reckless Ben and the Minifigs? So here are the 4, things that come up. But whoa, hold on. This is where the red flags started to go off for me. May 29th, 2026. The company just started. The company Legally Mine LLC just started. But how could that be? How could it be that that company just started whenever it's been in existence for a long time? And they even got in trouble last year with a judge and had to pay fines and everything else. Thanks so much to Wendy for the $5 super chat. Dang, I was going to say look up the Secretary of State. I used to be a credit manager. Here we are. Thank you for the $5. So that led me to kind of clicking around and just trying to figure out what's going on here, right? Legally Mine LLC started in 2009, but then they have one right here that just started. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, two businesses by the same name. Is this Goofy Cart number 4 and Goofy Cart number 4B? What's going on here? I clicked on just randomly to the tax and accounting. Hold on. The principal information for the owner of Legally Mine Tax and Accounting is another LLC. Shield LLC owns Legally Mine Tax and Accounting? What? You go to the filing history. Only 2 filings. 2019, they assumed the true name, certificate of assumed true name, and then they canceled it in 2020. And the owner is Shield LLC. Interesting. Okay, so let's go back to that, those search results. That was this one I clicked on right here. Let's click on the one by the exact same name that was established 2 weeks ago. Who owns this one? Who's the principal? Who's the owner of the new Legally Mine Tax and Accounting LLC? Centra Wealth Solutions. Is this like one of those Lewis family trusts or something, girl? This was just updated a week ago. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, owned by Centra Wealth Solutions. And would you be surprised to find out that when I went to Centra Wealth Solutions to figure out who owns that, you know what? Let's just go over there, shall we? Now remember, I just want to remind you, oh wait, hold on. I need to go back to the Wayback Machine thing again. We have to be able to keep referencing back to that. I want to remind you, Legally Mine LLC, up until a couple weeks ago, listed the Bricks and Minifigs owner's dad as the owner. Okay, Dan McNeff, owner and CEO. Owner and CEO. This was literally May 31st, 2026. This is like 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago. The Bricks and Minifigs guy's dad was the owner. Okay, so who owns Legally Mine? Well, they're saying it's him. But when you go to the Secretary of State, it says Centra Wealth Solutions is the owner. So let's check them out. Who owns Centra Wealth Solutions? It doesn't say. But it does give you some information, and that's the managers. The manager, Mark Comer, and the manager, David Johnston. But we kind of don't really know who owns it. What is this Centra Wealth Solutions LLC? So just to bring us back to where we were on the web, I'm investigating public records available to the public to try and figure out what is this Legally Mine LLC? Does it have any relationship to Bricks and Minifigs? There's some other stuff here. We can get to it another time. But I end up finding out this guy, Mark Comer, is a manager like we just saw. And then here's the Centra Wealth Solutions. I did download the company certificate of organization. It was signed by an organizer by the name of Mark Comer. And then here again, their registered information form also lists David Johnston and Mark Comer. So for Centra Wealth Solutions, we have these two. Now I traced the address, publicly available address for the company back to this place right here, 5255 West 11,000 North 250. But that's when I did a search on Open Corporates. I searched Legally Mine on Open Corporates, which is a free website I can go to in a moment, and it came up with only 5 search results. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, that's the one we just looked at. Legally Mine LLC, this is the one that closed, that was started in 2009. Legally Mine LLC. This one is a little confusing. And then remember Shield. Shield LLC, previously alternatively known as Legally Mine. Shield. Okay, interesting. And then another one came up. Vail. Vail Corporate. Remember when the lady at the Legally Mine presentation to those dentists said one of the worst things for dentists and like doctors and liability is piercing the corporate veil? Veil. So you need to shield your assets. They're literally calling their asset protection business as doing business by Shield and veilcorp.com and stuff. This is crazy. I'm just going to not bury the lead here. I'm going to say that it's my opinion. I'm giving you all the reasons why I think this based on public evidence and the public record. It's my opinion. It's starting to become my opinion that this dad is trying to shield his assets from a lawsuit coming down the pipe. That's what it feels like to me because of the timing. Because of the timing. Okay, so we're making our way. I told y'all this was going to be so tedious, and it is very difficult for me to try to explain it all, but I'm trying to go through, in a way that's understandable. So this is where I found Vail Corporate. I'm like, what the hell is Vail Corporate? So of course I'll look it up. And when I looked it up right here in Utah, it said that there were other entity names that had in its name history. Like it used to be called Legal Stop and Legally Mine LLC. So actually what ended up happening, looking like to me, is they keep changing the name of the company. Like there's actually one company that like lasts throughout, but then recently, since this whole litigation started with Bricks and Minifigs and all that, they've just like changed, they've just started new companies instead of keeping those old ones. And spoiler alert, this Legally Mine LLC from the beginning, the OG Legally Mine LLC, they don't change the name of that too. And I caught it and it's all public. This is why Josh Johnson said, who is he suing? And he looked shocked when the cop said, you. Fortune Law LLC in Las Vegas. Okay. What is that? Fortune Law Firm? What am I looking at this for? Nothing came up really. It's like a website, but I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. Okay, so we're on this web. So here's some of the associated DBA names. DBA means doing business as. So if you're going to market yourself as a certain thing, it's a DBA, you're doing business as. Legal Stop, Legally Mine LLC, and Vail Corporate. And again, this is from the Utah Secretary of State. Now, they were going to dissolve this entity, Vail Corporate, in 2015, but then their assistant or whatever sent in a cancellation of that per request from Bud Lethridge and Carl Thurgood. I am authorized to sign on behalf of Vail. I'm authorized to sign on the behalf of Vail Corporate LLC to revoke this dissolution not filed by any representative of Vail. Oh, wow. So it looks like there was already a little bit of a turf war. Okay. Back in 2015, somebody had filed to dissolve the business. I'm going to have to look more closely into that. And then their secretary sent something back in and said, no, don't dissolve the business. That wasn't somebody authorized to do that. So then, okay, Bud Lethbridge, who's that? So I look up Bud Lethbridge and girl, that's a whole side rabbit hole. This man, he's like a motivational speaker, author, setting up LPP, LLPP, CCs, whatever. But again, I mean, here we are again at another open corporates search. I searched Vail Corporate. It's all of these businesses are based in Orem. And they say that their business is management of companies and enterprises. So I'm like, this is a freaking TriStar Sports and Entertainment or what? Look at the other names. Vale Corp, Vale Co-Mo, Legally Mine, Legal Stop. So all this is the same company as so-called Vale Corporate. Do y'all now see why it feels like when I was doing the Mr. Beast investigation, like who would have thought I was going to become down all of this rabbit hole? And look, the similarly named companies they have them in Alabama, Missouri, Wyoming, New York, Texas. That one's closed. Alaska. That's one of the things I wasn't able to get to in that video that lady did at the dental presentation conference thing. She talked about setting up companies in Alaska and the benefits of setting them up there. Google Legally Mine scam, questions behind customer complaints. Legally Mine scam, questions behind customer complaints. Nothing shows up. Should I go to DuckDuckGo? Nothing comes up for that. Okay, I found something. This didn't show up on Google. I had to go to DuckDuckGo. I mean, I'm sure it would have eventually, but... Okay, so someone told me to Google this. I did. This is some type of, I guess... No. Is this real? When's this from? Okay, I'm going to start this out by saying I don't know when this is from and if it's real or not. It doesn't say who's the author. I can actually fact check a lot of this. Okay, so I just want to be clear. I don't know who's the author here. I don't know when this was written. It doesn't say when it was written. Oh, 2025. Oh, no. See, it doesn't have a date on it. I don't know when this is from. This could be AI or something. But anyway, it says, once known as a pioneering asset protection company in the United States, it has come under scrutiny by many. How? An alarming number of customer complaints and reviews labeled the organization as a scam. Behind the glossy facade of legal expertise in estate planning, asset protection, tax reduction, and medical license defense, disturbing moral questions arise. Now, this part is the part that I was like, is this real? Established by Jay Mitten? You mean the same Jay Mitten that was mentioned in this Forbes magazine article or Forbes.com article? Jay Mitten, a snake oil salesman that just created LLC kits. Mine claims to be the first asset protection business in the country. It reportedly had seen success since Dan McNeff took over in 2007. The company has boasted serving over 15,000 members, presenting itself as a pioneer in the industry. The company's structure is framed to provide top-notch service, but the integrity and ethical standing of the company have recently been called into question. Customer reviews do not tell the entire story, but a deep dive into what you can find online paints a less flattering picture. Scam accusations, many reviews, deceptive sales tactics, other experiences with Legally Mine reveal a pattern of false promises and failure to return money. Dishonesty, delays, ethical concerns. What does it all mean? Okay, but where is this from? What is the Financial Tech Times? Let me look up Jay Mitten Legally Mine. What am I finding? Click view author. Okay, let me go back to it. Where does it say view author? Where do you see that? Is it here or you mean here? Where does it say view author? Okay, this is from January 2025. Like over a year and a half ago. Legally Mine reviews trusted by clients. Lawsuits are inevitable risk for professionals. Wait, where's the... Wait. Legally Mine really is. Okay, I'm all the way to view author. Yeah, that's what. It just says womp womp. This is the author. Financial Tech Times team. But look, I found something else. This is lakelandcurrents.com, origins and evolution of Legally Mine. Now, this is before any of the lawsuits and stuff. This is from January 2025, last year. Legally Mine began with Jay Mitten, widely regarded as the father of asset protection. The Bricks and Minifigs' owner, his daddy owns this company now. Ultimately establishing a blueprint for safeguarding wealth against legal risks. In 2007, Dan McNeff purchased the company. So where did it start? Legally Mine began. Let me go to Open Corporates. Oh, girl, I have to do a little bit of a live. Investigation real quick. And y'all are telling me other things like, I do find it helpful, but when y'all tell me things are listed places and stuff, please do include the source, because otherwise it doesn't help me at all. I'm not going to read like a random comment and be like, oh, this is a fact. I can't. So Josh Johnson being listed as event director for Legally Mine from 2018 to March 2020, you got to tell me where you saw that, and you got to tell me how to get to that. Civil lawsuits within the family would be a way to launder money too and put it legally back into the family. Better Business Bureau says Mr. Daniel J. McNeff is the CEO. If you Google Legally Mine Yelp, or if you search Legally Mine Yelp in the Reckless Bin subreddit, the reviews talk about getting scammed at the dental meetings. Structured in ways that disincentivize lawsuits. Okay, let me go to Open Corporates. And I'm going to look up Jay Mitten. How do you spell his name? Mitton. It's unimaginable how many businesses are in his freaking name. Okay. Dan purchased it in 2007, transforming it into the industry leader it is today. Under McNeff's leadership, Legally Mine shifted its focus to hands-on services. I'm wondering, does Bricks and Minifigs relate in any way to this? Rather than simply educating clients on complex legal concepts, which you're not supposed to be doing, the team does the heavy lifting, structuring business and personal assets in ways that remove the motivation for lawsuits. Who are you going to sue? This has enabled the company to scale its services effectively, or offering affordable and efficient solutions to its members. McNeff's guidance has helped Legally Mine serve over 15,000 members since he took over. And then they talk about why do they need asset protection as doctors, turn protection into tax savings, plan for the future, more than just a service. Alaska. Okay, Legally Mine is a company that prides itself on culture. They employ about 50 team members, all working together under one roof in Orem, Utah, with a second location in Alaska to serve as registered agents for clients. The Alaska location allows the company to provide additional support for entity creation and maintenance. The staff includes client coordinators, and they work with the IRS. Another key department is the speakers and away sales team. They travel to conduct educational seminars. That's the salespeople. Protecting what matters. Tax savings, estate planning, asset protection. Leader in the industry. Oh my God. This is connected to the Jay Mitten guy. That's crazy. Thanks so much to Bryce for the 1999. This happened with the $200 million Rust coin Ponzi scheme in Utah. See, I told y'all, thank you for the 1999. I told y'all earlier, this is going to end up leading into, do y'all see why I said to you earlier, this is going to end up leading into like a whole third leg of this thing? Like, what's going on in these businesses? Let me go to, I'm going to type in Joshua Johnson and Legally Mine. Okay, primetimer.com. Who is Amon McNeff? Reckless Ben shared an update. As the bricks and minifigs Lego controversy intensified, netizens are now attacking Amon McNeff. They tagged him on X, calling him out, facing backlash, return the remaining Lego set. 2023, Mansell's entered into a consignment agreement. Brian claimed bricks and minifigs stole his stuff. Okay. Amon McNeff has been the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs North America for the past 8 years. According to his LinkedIn page, he was previously the president of the asset protection firm Legally Mine LLC. Besides that, he owned Black Hound Productions Inc. for 2 years. So, production company? And worked as a computer support technician at the BYU Office of Information Technology. He worked at BYU. He graduated from BYU with a bachelor's degree in psychology. From 2004 to 2006, he was a volunteer. That's when he did his mission. He shared that when he and his brother Matt joined Bricks and Minifigs in 2018, there were only 35 franchises. In the past few years, the number of stores has increased. They have more than 300. Matt is now the COO. Update on the controversy. Okay, but is Josh Johnson in here at all? Josh. Why isn't it going to the next? Go to the next. It's all just this? Okay. Okay. Huh. Let me type this in. Who is Joshua Johnson? Mormon Mafia trends online as Bricks and Minifigs backlash intensifies. This is from 9 days ago. Joshua Johnson has emerged as a key figure in the ongoing controversy surrounding Bricks and Minifigs and a disputed Lego collection reportedly valued around $200,000. Josh Johnson, who has been identified as an employee associated with the Bricks and Minifigs scandal, became the focus of public attention after Reckless Ben began investigating. According to reports, he filed complaints alleging harassment and trespassing during the YouTuber's investigation. Those complaints contributed to legal issues and arrests involving Reckless Ben. In recent weeks, Johnson has once again become a topic of discussion as the Bricks and Minifigs faces criticism over its handling of public statements regarding the controversy. Oh, it doesn't say who he is. Okay, boo. Let me Let me type in Joshua Johnson and legally mine. I could also try Amon. Okay, look, here's the Yelp reviews. Let's read the Yelp reviews for legally mine. Where's the reviews? Okay, this is in Texas, New Orleans. Went to the lecture given by Dan McNeff. This is from last year. I went to the lecture given by Dan McNeff in Las Vegas. He promotes his company as specializing in asset protection and lawsuit prevention. I stayed and asked a few questions after the lecture, and he gave me legal and tax advice that I could use even if I wasn't a client. Turns out he's not a lawyer or an accountant. This company offers no value for the $5,000 price tag plus $200 a month. This company has faced scrutiny and lawsuits, including a recent case in Ohio where the Supreme Court found them engaged in the unauthorized practice of law. Somebody said last year, November, they promised asset protection assistance, but my name was all over the stats website as the owner of the entities being created. I guess Secretary of State. I had signed up for their ongoing legal services, but good luck at getting that actually set up. They will put you off for weeks. Then they told me they couldn't give legal advice in Ohio because that state had an issue with what they were advising. Not good. They said they would give a refund for those services, but I never saw a dime. Stay away. Someone said last year in May, very disappointed, did a presentation at a medical society meeting in Florida where they were endorsed by the medical society sponsoring the meeting. What a mistake I made signing with them. Wow. First, I had my finances and assets well protected, but they told me that I was paying too much on taxes and they could save me a bundle. Since I did not need asset protection from their services, they sold me a tax-saving part of their services for a mere $2,500 instead of the full $8,000. She said I'm so gullible, or he said I'm so gullible I fell for it. We had some conference calls and basically the attorney I was working with said he wasn't a tax attorney and referred me to a tax attorney. We had one conference call, and when I called for the follow-up, the appointments never developed. He was busy or on vacation, whatever, but not available. Eventually, they stopped answering my emails, and I'm out $2,500 and still paying quite a bit in income taxes. No refund. Last email I sent them, I asked for a refund, or I would leave a bad review. The email was ignored. So here it is. Don't fall for their lies. Let's read one more. Do not, this is William, do not throw your money away with this rip-off company. In February 2023, I paid Legally Mine thousands of dollars to help reduce my tax burden. Their guarantee, this is from 2024, this review. Their guarantee was that they would save more than their fee during the first year or they would give me 100% refund. I never got a refund and they will not answer my emails. Once I paid, they were impossible to talk to. After 6 months, they sent a 2-page document. That was ridiculous and listed my own company. They would email back after a couple days and said they would set up a phone conference when I could get a phone conference, they would talk for a while and then say they would work on things. I've received no reduction in taxes and I've requested a refund multiple times since September 2023. Do not throw your money away with this ripoff company. Do not throw your money away with this ripoff company. Thank you, Lion Dust, for the €6 super chat. McNeff versus McNeff, Exhibit F. It's like a rap. Okay, let's get back to that. Thank you for the €8 super chat. Dan McNeff accused their sons of trying to steal Legally Mine from him. Dan says they do so because BAM is unprofitable. Exhibit F. Okay, all right, I'm going to it. I'm going to the supposed alleged lawsuit. McNeff versus McNeff, where the sons apparently sued the dad. Okay. They really did. Oh my. Okay, hold on. Complaint. Okay, hold on. Now, this is interesting to me. Christensen is the last name of the lawyer representing Amon, and Christensen, isn't that the last name of the Legos owner, the Lego company owner? Let me find out there. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. I got to go to Pacer. Okay, here we are. McNeff versus McNeff, docket report. And which exhibit? Exhibit F. They're not listed like that. Exhibit F. Okay, let me look at. Okay, this is where apparently there's something mention of BAM, of the Bricks and Minifigs. Mark. Okay, let me see who's sending this email. Dan McNeff. Okay, so this is an email from the dad to Mark, whoever is Mark. Thank you for... I really think I actually need to read the complaint first. So let me just save this so I don't have to pay for it again. Put a 6 in the chat if you're still interested in this. I could do this on my own time too if y'all don't want to stick around for it. Because it is getting kind of in the weeds. Okay, let's see. This is from 2021. 0122 document 2-7. No, not 207, 2-7. Exhibit F to complaint McNeff versus McNeff. Okay. No, they're saying here. Okay, so y'all do want to see this. Okay. Okay, let's go back then to the complaint itself. Oh, shoot. I just paid for it again anyway. 40 cents. Damn it. Okay. So it really... Oh, a restricted document. That's interesting. They got all the stuff sealed up. Okay, here we go. 86 pages. $3, $4. How much is the total? All right, here we go. It's thinking. All right, I'm going to get it off of the... I'm going to download it. Just give me a second. Or a moment. This was 2021. January 22nd. Okay. Just pulling this document up so that we can, you know, make edits to it, or I can make edits to it and stuff. Because it's like several dollars for it. So I just want to have my own copy offline. Okay. So here's the complaint. This is the lawsuit of why Amon McNeff apparently sued his dad. All right. So this should give us the insight into what the relationship was between Amon, the dad, McNeff, the brother, Matt, and all that. In the meantime, I do need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in like, I don't know, 1 minute. So let me put up my little sign. Okay, when we get back, we're going to talk about this lawsuit, or when I get back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much to Lion Dust again for letting me know about this exhibit and giving me the push I needed to go and find this lawsuit. This is really a good piece of the next step of the investigation. Thank you to Gen X Jen, I am, for the $5 super chat for the Pacer Fund. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to Sage for the $9.99. Please keep going. This is helping me in ways I can't explain. Personal things, your commentary playing in the background is soothing to me. Much needed. 100. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Here I am. Thank you for the $9.99. And I hope things get better for you. Thank you, Miss Domestic, for the $2 super chat. 6 girl, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much to Misha for the $5. This color looks good on you. Here is a little to help the costs incurred. Thank you for always keeping me entertained at work. Thank you. Off topic, but Fortress Management LLC, where Joshua was listed on our team page, is now scrubbed, but appears to be owned by Art McOmber, who is an oh, you kidding me? Ex-FBI special agent. Hold on, let me take a screenshot. That might explain why he didn't think he could get in any trouble and why they're trying to bury this reckless Ben. Wow. Okay. So here's the complaint. Let's see if I can make it bigger. This is supposedly the lawsuit between or by Daniel McNeff, who is the owner of Bricks and Minifigs. So is his brother, Eamon, and his brother, Matthew. And they're suing, among other people, their own dad, Daniel McNeff. Okay. And some others. Tom Sealer. That's an interesting last name from an AstroTurf standpoint. Put a 7 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Okay. So the plaintiffs are filing this lawsuit. Who's their law firm? Christensen. Sumsian. Okay. Got it. Nature of the action. After 15 months of arbitration demanded by Dan, that's the father of the owners of the Bricks and the Minifigs, he was permanently expelled as manager of Legally Mine. Okay. Plaintiffs were awarded almost $500,000 in legal fees. Of course they were. After 6 days of trial, Ammon and his brother discovered that Dan had fraudulently obtained a $1.4 million PPP loan, which he used to pay his personal $300,000 tax levy and his personal lawyer. When plaintiffs, that's Daniel McNeff and his brother, discovered that their own daddy was doing financial misconduct and the arbitrator released jurisdiction over the matter, plaintiffs were terminated in retaliation. So they have been terminated from the company. Okay, so I guess they were at the company. They claim they got fired. They have been denied access to the company's financials. Dan and Lindsay Lindsay must be the name of the girl on the team. She's still on the team, Thompson or whatever. Filed fraudulent articles of conversion. Okay, I did see these articles of conversion for Legally Mine to try to convert the company from an LLC to a corporation. And the reason was for what? To circumvent the arbitration award of attorney's fees. Okay, wow. Thank you, Lion, for telling me this. Okay, woo. This is really starting to piece this thing together on my web. Like, it's starting to solidify in my mind more so. Like, the apple or the acorn, as they say, did not fall far from the tree. Now, yeah, they're suing their dad. Somebody said, you realize that suing a family member is a good way to keep the money between the family, right? And like, say they have the lawyers representing you are also in your family, and it's just all for a big show, but the money's just being passed from one to the other, and it's like, we got to pay somehow, let's do a lawsuit. Now, am I saying that's what happened in this case? No, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't wondering, could that possibly be going on? So what Amen, the owners of the Bricks and the Minifigs, they sued their own dad, and they're suing, saying that their dad and his side of things filed fraudulent corporate documents to try to convert the company from an LLC to a corporation. Who cares? The reason they're saying that he did it is because he was trying to circumvent having to pay out attorney's fees to his own sons. Their dad continues to flout, or like not follow, to disobey the arbitration award. Also the operating agreement. He is not following his duties under the LLC Act and federal law, and he is practicing retaliatory termination of his own sons. He's firing his own sons. Now, it's also interesting to me that that lady who was speaking on the behalf of Legally Mind at the dentist conference, she was like, yeah, you just keep the company in your family. You hire your kid, you put their money in a trust, like all of that stuff. Wow. Eamon McNeff is a Utah, Matthew McNeff, Daniel McNeff, Lindsay. Tom Seiler is a Utah citizen and a resident. I got to look into him, this last name. Okay, they go through the company Legally Mine is a Utah limited liability company. Venue is proper. Arbitration is not appropriate. Plaintiffs repeat and allege. Okay. Legally Mine is a limited liability company that was started by Daniel McNeff in 2009. It wasn't started by Daniel McNeff in 2009, according to the original documents. Let me see if I have those. We should fact check as we go through, should we not? Or y'all don't want to do that? Maybe he did start it. Okay, wait, maybe he did start it. I do have the original documents here. Let me show them to y'all. This is the 2009 filing. So this is from January 2009. Single member limited liability company is how it was started at first. And it was articles of organization, Legally Mine, LLC. The purpose. Okay. Okay, this right here. The name of the single member limited liability company's registered agent, whose consent to appoint as registered agent is included, is Dan's Den FLP. This is in Provo. Dan's Den FLP was the registered agent. And what's Dan's Den? Why does that matter? Daniel McNeff. Dan's Den LLP, based in Provo. So he did start the company in 2009, it appears. Okay, back to the complaint. Started in 2009, providing tax, asset protection, and financial strategy advice to discerning clients. Okay, so it was started by their dad in 2009, and it was to provide tax, asset protection, and financial strategy advice. So legal and accounting advice, and even though he wasn't an accountant or a lawyer. Daniel McNeff founded Legally Mine and paid Ammon in company equity. So exactly how they preach at their conferences is how they did it too. Founded Legally Mine and paid his son in company equity rather than a significant amount of past due wages. The brothers worked with Legally Mine as employees since 2009. Okay, good to know. Good to know. The brothers worked with Legally Mine as employees since 2009, so when their dad started it. Oh boy. The operating agreement lists the current membership interests of Legally Mine as Daniel McNeff, 79%, Ammon McNeff, 11%, and Matthew McNeff, 10%. Plaintiffs, the brothers, dispute the membership interest percentage as Dan has reduced his ownership interest through continuing improper draws. So he keeps taking money out of the company, and the sons are like, stop withdrawing money from the company. From 2009 to 2019, Dan was the managing member of Legally Mine. During his time as managing member, he took excessive distributions, siphoned company funds for unrelated oh my God. Did these dudes learn from Daddy Dearest or what? In October 2019, the brothers filed a complaint and a motion for a temporary restraining order due to Dan's improper activities, including his mishandling of taxes and his capacity as the managing member of Legally Mine. Dan hired Tom Seiler at SAFM to represent him in the litigation. Temporary restraining order was granted, and it ordered the status quo to be maintained, which included prohibiting. So a judge stopped the dad from being able to fire his own kids, basically. When the case was transferred to arbitration, the arbitrator ordered the parties to maintain the status quo, which means no one could be fired. Around December 2019 or January 2020, Dan hired Martin and Kathleen Evans to provide financial services to Legally Mine. In the course of the litigation and discovery, plaintiffs discovered serious financial wrongdoings relating to Dan's dealings with the IRS. Plaintiffs filed a whistleblower report on their own daddy. Shortly after they filed the whistleblower report with the IRS against their own father, their dad demoted Ammon as president and appointed a woman by the name of Lindsay Thompson to be interim president of Legally Mine. She's still on the executive team today on the website. Defendants Dan, Seiler, SAFM, Lindsay, and Martin expressed discontent on various occasions about plaintiffs filing the whistleblower report. So they were mad that Ammon filed the whistleblower report, but he was the president of the company, and then he got demoted. On July 6, 2020, Dan was expelled as a manager. Okay, so this was his fire date. July 6th, 2020, Dan gets expelled, the dad. The dad gets kicked out of being a manager at Legally Mine based on his wrongdoing with the IRS. The final decision and award is attached Exhibit A. Dan was permanently enjoined from ever serving as a manager again. Well, girl, how is he being listed as the owner on the website 2 weeks ago? The final decision and award allowed for the selection of a new manager, and as clarified, the new manager would be the only individual to have power to exercise authority accorded to the managing member of Legally Mine. On Tuesday, September 15th, 2020, the arbitration tribunal informed all the parties that the tribunal believed its jurisdiction has concluded. On Monday, September 21st, 2020, the dad, Dan McDuff, and Lindsay, the new president, fired Amon and his brother in retaliation for bringing Dan's financial misconduct to the attention of the IRS. Upon information and belief, defendants Dave, Martin, SAFM consulted with Lindsay and Dan. Okay, so they all conspired, but according to these allegations, to fire the brothers. But for plaintiffs, that's the brothers, Ammon and Matt, filing a complaint alleging wrongdoing to the IRS in a whistleblower report, they don't think So if they didn't do that, they wouldn't have got fired. Contrary to the final award's outlining of a specified process to select a new manager, Dan and Lindsay stonewalled Ammon and Matt's efforts to select a manager of Legally Mine. Since the final decision and award, the dad continues to engage in financial misconduct that was not addressed in the arbitration. On August 14th, 2020, the dad and the new president, Lindsay, with assistance from Martin and a law firm, filed articles of conversion with the Division of Corporations. I think I have that document. Who wants to see it? Oh, this is interesting. Let's start in 2019 on Legally Mine. Starting in 2019, that's the first time we see, I believe, Matt added here. Yeah, this is the first time you see Matt added. So this is an updated registered principals. This is Legally Mine LLC. Ammon is a registered principal. Daniel is a registered principal, and they updated it to include his middle initial D and Matthew as well. And then, it's signed here. So that is the one from 2019. So let's take a look at 2020. Statement of abandonment of conversion. Okay, this is crazy. All right. They wanted to convert Legally Mine to a different type of business. Date of filing, August 14th, 2020. The statement of conversion delivered to the division with Daniel McNeff's signature has been abandoned in accordance with the Utah Code. The other members of Legally Mine, Ammon and Matt, did not approve or consent to the conversion. They reserve all rights. This statement of abandonment of conversion takes effect upon the filing of the thing. So this was the thing they tried to file. The dad tried to file with that girl, Lindsay. Articles of conversion shall state Legally Mine LLC, which was originally started in 2009, is going to turn into a corporation. But this, with this lawyer, Samantha Bunker, but Ammon and his brother stopped it in its tracks, Ammon and Matt. They sued their own daddy, or they went to try and stop the dad at the Division of Corporations. Okay, let's get back to this. Complaint. Okay, they revoked their ability to see anything, fraudulent non-disclosure, lying under oath. Okay, so then they basically just blame their dad of doing all kinds of stuff. Let me search for Exhibit F within here to get the context of that, because he talks about bricks and minifigs in this lawsuit, apparently. Okay, violations of the final decision. This comes to us on page 15. The final decision and award permanently enjoined, or prevented, the dad from exerting any managerial control over the company Legally Mine. Dan, the dad, believes he has the right to managerial authority over this company. See his letter claiming authority attached here too. He continues to exert manager authority through, among other things, maintaining financial control, directing the assignment of the speakers, issuing bonuses, refunds, contacting business associates and service providers to direct their actions, hiring and firing, granting vacation requests, and ordering the withholding. So basically, they wanted to take over this company from their dad, and their dad was like, no, and he just basically just kept acting like, no, I'm the dad, I'm doing what I want. Okay, I am going to read the rest of this lawsuit, which is like 90 pages almost long, later, but I want to get to Exhibit F, because that's where they mention bricks and minifigs. Oh, wow, they have the actual conversion attempt here. Wow. Exhibit D. Exhibit E. Exhibit F. Okay. This is a letter from Dan, the dad. Thank you for taking this difficult case. Okay, so this must be a letter to his lawyer. I don't know how it got filed in the public record, but here it is. Its difficulty is the family ties being broken. But in the end, it seems to me that the general purpose of this tribunal should have been the protection of legally mine. You mentioned in your ruling that there were no winners. Okay, so this must have been the arbitrator. Okay, the arbitrator. You mentioned in your ruling there were no winners. However, there was one big loser, and the loser, in fact, is legally mine. I would remind you that as you started the case, you committed yourself to following Legally Mine's amended and restated operating agreement as your guide to making your ruling. There were other issues, and those needed to be sorted out, and I think you did a fair job of that. You found that our capital accounts were within 3% of our ownership interests. You also found that the capital accounts had nothing to do with the ownership percentage. You did not mention anything in your ruling that showed I did anything at all to irreparably harm Legally Mine. The final numbers you came up with acknowledge I did not take unfairly from my sons. With that in mind, Dan says, I'm wondering why I would be removed as the managing member of the company. If there's no harm done to Legally Mine, and there's a dispute over management of the company, it would seem to me that it should, as stated in the operating agreement, the decision belongs to the majority of the ownership. You clearly stated that this majority of the ownership is me, right? Because remember he had 79%. He said, as for harm to Legally Mine, I hope you would consider the following. Although Lindsey Thompson is doing a good job as president, has been able to focus employees on the job, Ammon and Matt have let people know that it is temporary, and this has undermined Lindsey's authority. Lindsey's being referred to as a he, but looks like a girl on the page, on the Meet the Team page. Employees are sticking with the company because I am still here and because of my experience and history of building the company. However, they have left little doubt about the fact that if Ammon and Matt are allowed back into the company, like 80% of our current workforce is going to resign and leave the company essentially dead. Nobody wants to work for Ammon and Matt, girl. This is not only the entire sales staff, but a good percentage of the fulfillment staff as well. They're going to quit. Okay, finally, we get to BAM franchising. Oh my God, okay. Now, this is only about 2 or 3 years after Ammon and Matt took over BAM franchising. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM Franchising Inc. Smoking gun. Smoking gun. Wow. Wow. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mine for funds to pay for BAM franchising. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for BAM without consideration of Legally Mine or its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. What does that mean? Whoa, 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 whoa. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for Bricks and Minifigs without consideration of Legally Mine and its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time. Assigned by who? Oh my God, this passive voice is killing me. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time management of Bricks and Minifigs. If Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs, it should have sufficient funds to pay. As Legally Mine has paid employees and my sons stopped paying rent as of February 2020. Y'all, something's going on here. Oh, something's up. I don't know exactly what, but there's some co-mingling and co-finagling who assigned them. Exactly, these are the questions. BAM, Bricks and Minifigs is a new multi-level marketing using a franchise model. Thanks so much to Irlandes for the £4.99 super chat. Is Reckless Ben aware of this? I'm sure. How do we make him aware of this? I'm sure he is. Thank you so much to Chris for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much to Bling Auntie for the $2 super chat. They really do steal from old people. Thank you so much to Owu Mushi for the $5. Everyone send letters to the church. No, do not do that. And call them Gadianton robbers. No, do not call the church. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Which document? I guess this is from a while back. Thank you, Gesundheit, for the $9.99. Hopefully the document is on the screen now, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, something is going on here. This is something weird here. It didn't take long for Ammon and Matt to begin pounding on Legally Mind for funds to pay for BAM franchising. They contacted everyone involved, demanding immediate payment for Bricks and Minifigs without consideration of Legally Mind or its employees. I have been denied access to the Bricks and Minifigs account. Why would the dad even expect to get access to this account? Ammon and Matt have been assigned full-time. Ammon and Matt have been assigned to full-time management of BAM. Assigned by who? Assigned by what? If Ammon and Matt have not mismanaged Bricks and Minifigs, it should have sufficient funds to pay, as Legally Mine has paid employees. Why would Ammon and Matt be hitting up Legally Mine to pay their Bricks and Minifigs employees? He says it should have sufficient funds to pay, as Legally Mine has paid employees and my sons stopped paying rent as of February 2020. He said, I have, in fact, been in touch with the 2 previous owners of BAM Franchising who are carrying the loan on the purchase of this business. Why would the original owners of Bricks and Minifigs be carrying the loan for the company that they just sold? I have, in fact, been in touch with the previous owners of Bricks and Minifigs Franchising, who's carrying the loan on the purchase of this business. This also sounds like what that last relic described the business model of Bricks and Minifigs to be itself. Like, kind of like sign as a guarantor, but then leave the lease and everything onto the franchisee. They are aware of the situation with us not doing any events and are not expecting back payments, but are willing to extend their payments once the COVID situation ends. In other words, I will not have to make back payments. This dad is involved in Bricks and Minifigs based on this sentence, based on this paragraph right here. I'm still trying to really piece all the pieces together solidly, but this is looking like my suspicions might have come to fruition. In other words, I will not have to make back payments. They will simply just have me start making payments and extend the length of the contract. Furthermore, David Ortiz, one of the original owners of Bricks and Minifigs, who is carrying the contract, is telling me that he is being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs to complain about the fact that no one is doing anything for them. Oh my gosh. This is terrible for Bricks and Minifigs. No one will contact them to help them. My preference would be for Ammon and Matt to concentrate their efforts on running the management of the close to 40 stores in the franchises they have been assigned. Girl, what is going on? What do you mean have been assigned? To hear what's his name talk about it, Ammon, he just worked for this business, he liked it, and he bought it with his brother because they didn't have Legos as kids. The former owner, David Ortiz, one of the founders of Bricks and Minifigs, one of the original owners of Bricks and Minifigs, who is for some reason sold the business but is still carrying the contract, is telling me that he is being contacted daily by franchisees from Bricks and Minifigs. So the people that own the franchise stores are calling up the old owner like, no one's doing anything for us. These Ammon and Matt character, we don't even know where they are. We need help. No one will contact us. The dad said, I would prefer for my sons, Ammon and Matt, to concentrate their efforts on the running and management of the close to 40 stores in the franchise as they have been assigned, girl. David and John, I don't know who that is. Oh, David and John, the original owners, assure me that it is in fact a full-time job. And the sooner it is treated that way, the better off we will all be. My first priority is to legally mine. So basically, I think what it's looking like to me, Ammon and Matt were starting to be big boys and they wanted their own company to run. They tried to take over Daddy's company. Well, Daddy said, no, here, run along, go take over this other company. Go get Bricks and Minifigs. But he's still kind of like some type of supervisor. What do you mean assigned? What in the Mormon hell is this? Brick by brick, LLC by LLC. Is Bricks and Minifigs a part of... Is Bricks and Minifigs an asset of Legally Mine? Hold on, I'm going to the Utah Secretary of State. I bet you they parted ways. It's owned by Daniel McNeff. It was originally founded by attorney Jay Mitten. Why are they saying that? Okay, let me show y'all this because I'm confused and I need to show because sometimes you go back and it don't even have it up anymore. Okay, so I'm on the Better Business Bureau. I typed who owns Legally Mine LLC. It says asset protection tax consulting firm originally founded by attorney Jay Mitten, but was purchased by Daniel McNeff in 2007. Because of an ongoing internal management dispute in 2021, the company's control shifted to a voting structure between Daniel McNeff and his two sons. The firm has faced scrutiny in recent years, including an Ohio Supreme Court ruling confirming that the company engaged in the unauthorized practice of law, and formal reviews were filed with the Better Business Bureau. But when I click on this thing, okay, let's go here. Where does it say that it was founded by attorney Jay Mitten? Because look, it says originally founded by Jay Mitten, an attorney. So I just, oh, maybe it's this. Oh, 7 days ago, Coffeezilla? Okay, hold on. Franchise disclosure, deep dive, FDDs, UCC filings, legal entities, and lawsuit linked to Bricks and Minifigs and Ammon McNeff. Okay, so let me do J. Where's the Mitten allegation? That's what, did it hallucinate? Originally founded by attorney Jay Mitten, but none of these sources say that. Legally Mine provides medical professionals, dental professionals, and businesses with knowledge and tools to protect themselves from lawsuits and tax liability. It was originally started... Okay, good to know. It was originally started in 1982. Where? Nevada? Where does it say something about Jay Mitten, girl? I want to find an official source. Jay Mitten and Legally Mine. Maybe it had a different name. Oh my God. What did I just stumble into? Asset protection. Oh my God. Legally Mind Services. Okay, you found the highlight. Okay. Asset protection is a specialized legal field that requires not only a strong understanding of corporate law, but also a keen sense of evolving liability trends. The story of Legally Mine dates back to pioneering attorney Jay Mitten, often credited with founding one of the nation's first asset protection firms. Working alongside Mitten was a young executive named Daniel McNeff, who studied these intricacies and later acquired the company in 2007. While many lawyers can create an LLC or a trust, few focus solely on asset protection. McNeff built, why didn't he just go to law school? He built upon Mitten's early work, identifying the pressing need for comprehensive strategies. Under McNeff's leadership, Legally Mine refined its services and introduced new business model. Okay, so Daniel McNeff created a new business model, everybody. And remember, Ammon McNeff said he learned how to be an entrepreneur because he lived in an entrepreneurial household with his daddy. Rather than merely educating clients on how to protect themselves, Legally Mine would do the legal work. Heavy lifting. This hands-on approach ensured doctors, dentists, and other specialists could continue focusing on their day-to-day responsibilities while a dedicated legal team crafted tailored solutions on their behalf. Oh my God. Okay, why I'm freaking out about this Jay Mitten is because of this Forbes article that came out. Utah attorney Jay Mitten is sometimes hailed by, this came out last year, by certain people and groups as the father of asset protection, but that is a lie. The real father of asset protection was this guy named Barry Engel. But other than being a licensed attorney, Jay Mitten and Barry Engel are nothing alike. Jay Mitten, who started Legally Mine LLC, which Ammon and Matt worked for, which their father owns, it looks like to this day. Jay Mitten was a little more, according to this Forbes article, than a quick buck scam artist who sold asset protect kits of dubious value and formed numerous LLCs and other entities for his clients, which probably accomplished nothing. Wow. Mitten's snake oil was mostly sold to doctors. And a member of his team once told me that the Mitten presentations involved the use of shills in the audience, people that would fake and pretend and run up to the front to try to buy the kits. What he left behind was a legacy of folks, mostly in Utah, who continued to run his scam. These groups will use fancy sounding names, something like American Medical Institute for Physicians Asset Protection. I just made that name up, he said. And then they'll go to medical conferences and sell basically the same junk that Jay Mitten himself once sold. Oh my God. Let's get back to the complaint. The dad said, there's something weird going on here, y'all, with Bricks and Minifigs and its relation to Legally Mine. Definitely, in my opinion. He said, my first priority is to legally mine its employees and customers. If they can be taken care of during a pandemic, then in the end, it will all work out. I've directed the company through several difficult spots in the past, and I have the experience and the know-how to do it again. Make no mistake, we are in a difficult spot. Legally Mine has lost at least a minimum of $5 to $7 million in revenue due to the COVID situation, right? Because they can't go out and sell. How do they make their money? They go sell these kits to these dentists, and they have lost $5 to $7 million from not being able to go out to the conferences. Legally Mine is a very unique business. Oh, I'd say. And probably the only one of its kind in the world. Well, I think the IRS is going to want to crack them books open and see. Bringing in an outside person without the know-how, the experience, or the inside knowledge of how it is supposed to work will do great damage to the company. More about BAM, more about BAM, more about Bricks and Minifigs. I know you are trying to mend a family here. Why would the arbitrator be trying to mend a family? Unless he's just another one of the ones in the mafia. He said, but this is not working. Matt and Ammon. Oh my God, I'm going to have to clip this part out. I'm going to have to clip this and make a video. Matt and Ammon's dad is writing this letter in the midst of a lawsuit that has been filed against him by his own kids, Matt and Ammon. So Daniel McNeff is talking to what appears to be the court arbitrator and says, look, I know you're trying to mend a family here, which is strange to me. I don't know why they would be trying to do that. This random arbitrator, I thought he was just trying to help him come to some type of solution. But Dan, the dad of the Bricks and Minifigs owner, said this is not working. Matt and Ammon bought a Bricks and Minifigs store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. Is that motive to steal somebody's very expensive, lucrative set? I'm just curious. That's yet beyond people. Matt and Ammon bought a Bricks and Minifigs store of their own that has never come close to being profitable. Their salaries from Legally Mine do not provide enough money for their own needs and the needs of their store as well. This whole takeover has been about getting access to the Legally Mine accounts so they can use the funds to provide for their own failures, particularly at Bricks and Minifigs. Oh my gosh, Reckless Ben. He can't even talk about it. If they came to me and said, we need money, which they have done on occasion, I have never, nor would I ever have denied them funds. It is confusing to me that they would file this lawsuit instead of simply talking to me. They are angry because of the issues between myself and their mother. Uh-oh. Family drama. But that is not an excuse for them to try and take Legally Mine from me. Oh, the irony. They're fighting over a company called Legally Mine. In a roundabout way, they just don't realize they are stealing from their mother as well. In trying to split the baby, the only thing that has been accomplished here is the baby is dying, and it seems to me that the paramount thing we are trying to do is protect the baby, not kill it. And of course, the baby is legally mine. Oh, what a good pun. The baby is legally mine, and the name of the company is the baby, and the baby is the company, and the company's name is legally mine. Oh, wow. Okay, touche, Dan. He said, I know I have some legal rights here for appeal. I can go that route if you wish. But if you take a serious look at this situation, I am confident that you will see that what you set in motion is not going to resolve the situation here at all right now, if ever. In the meantime, Legally Mine is suffering beyond the COVID situation. Okay, I just searched BAM, B-A-M, in the lawsuit. Page 16. On August 4th, 2020, Dan issued a $200 bonus per review to any employee who had someone post a 5-star review. Dan refused. Okay, so Dan... I'm speechless at what we just stumbled across. I can't even speak. I can't even speak. I can't even read. I can't even read. Oh, they are so freaking busted. Has anyone else covered this? Oh. Jay Mitten completed his earthly mission and returned with honor to his heavenly home on April 20th, 2020. Oh my gosh. Still can't even bring myself to read it. Oh my God. Okay. This feels like a big break in the case. Okay. So sometime in 2020, let's see. Dan and Lindsay hired Ben to work for Procure projects while using Legally Mind's payroll. Legally Mind records indicate that Dan and them have continued to use Legally Mind for Procure projects. On August 4th, 2020, the dad, Dan, issued a $200 bonus. Okay. Dan, the dad, refused to cede decision-making authority over payments on Legally Mind's purchase of stock in BAM Franchising, Inc., a Utah corporation. I finally got it out. Legally Mind this whole day. This whole time, I'm like, what's Legally Mind? Who owns Legally Mind? I never stopped to ask until a few minutes ago. Not only does who owns Legally Mind, but who does Legally Mind own? Or what does Legally Mind own? And I haven't even gotten to the part on my web yet why I think this is all a huge smoking gun. But this right here in and of itself is a smoking gun. Dan, the dad, he wanted to keep making decisions about Legally Mind's stock purchase and BAM Franchising. But he's saying his sons, who own BAM Franchising or who were going to buy it, who had been assigned full-time roles over there, they wanted to control that money because they were just failures at business and they just wanted to get into Legally Mind's money. But the dad refused to let them take that decision-making authority over payments on their purchase of stock. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to the next one. Dan, the dad, Lindsay, the new president, Kathleen, and Martin refused to maintain the payments for BAM Franchising, causing Legally Mind to lose the stock it had purchased. Legally Mind had a purchase agreement. Holy shit. If you're just getting here, I just stumbled upon the biggest break of this whole case. I don't think I can really explain why at this exact moment because it's pretty complicated and it involves 15 different shell corporations, but I'm pretty sure I just stumbled upon the biggest break of the case from the business side of things. Thank you so much to Lion, who did tell me to look at Exhibit F of this document. Now, I'm not looking at Exhibit F right now, but look at this. One of the claims of action that they sued their dad for was wasting corporate assets. Why did they sue their dad? They repeat and allege the beginning. Legally Mind, the company, had a purchase agreement. Oh my God. Is this self-dealing? Legally Mind had a purchase agreement to purchase, quote, several $million worth of stock in BAM Franchising. So the daddy's company, according to the son's own lawsuit, according to Ammon McNeff and Matt McNeff, who sued their own father not many years ago, their father's company that he took over or started in 2009. Now, what they say is he started the company in 2009. So we'll go with that. What they say is their dad started this company in 2009. It's an asset protection company. They have sort of provide legal advice. They've been in trouble for unauthorized practice of law, this company. Ammon and Matt worked for the company as employees of the father. They also were owners, principals in the company. When they went to purchase BAM, they relied on daddy's money to do it. That's according to their own lawsuit. Legally Mind, the daddy's company, from 2009. They've been working for it. They worked for it for at least 10 years. The two sons. Legally Mind entered into a purchase agreement to purchase several $million worth of stock in Bricks and Minifigs franchising. So the question, who owns Minifigs, at least as the time of that lawsuit was filed few years ago, Legally Mine owned some of it. If Legally Mine owned several $1 million worth, let's see the others. Somebody's saying big brain. I told y'all, don't sleep on me. Don't sleep on me, because just because I'm not willing to get out there and do what Reckless Ben does, don't mean that he's not. Somebody said the other day that I'll never understand what he does because I'm nowhere near as smart as him. I'm like, we all got our gifts. We all got our ways. But he is tenacious, and real recognize real. I got to give him credit. Okay, let's go to the next time they say BAM, bricks and minifigs. Dan, Lindsay, Kathleen Martin refused to maintain the payments for bricks and minifigs franchising, causing Legally Mine to lose the stock it had purchased. So they did buy some stock, but then I guess they lost. Legally Mine lost the stock it had purchased. Funds to pay BAM franchising. Wow. Let me look up bricks. Nothing. Ortiz. Dave. Let's see. Franchise. Refused to maintain the payments for. So this is the big smoking gun to me. This one. Page 34, under the 7th claim for relief. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchising. The purchase agreement allowed for repossession of the stock. This sounds just like they learned all that they know from their dad, y'all. What did they say they were doing to Crystal's store? Repossessing. The purchase agreement allowed for repossession of the stock. This is giving me deja vu. We just read that yesterday. That's what the legal mechanism they're using to have hostile takeovered, in my opinion, Crystal's store from her. I can't post a link to this document because I just bought it. I bought the document. It's on Pacer. I mean, I can after. Yeah, it's a different type of smart. I will tell you, I don't have the cojones to do what he does. I don't have the cojones, okay? Look, biologically, physiologically, nor theoretically or whatever. I ain't getting arrested. No. Thank you, Bryce, for the $4.99 super chat. This is the next Rust coin Ponzi. You think so? Common tactic in fraud in Mormon land is to scatter and point fingers. Thank you for that $4.99. Bryce, thank you for the $9.99. When I reported to Cottonwood Heights Police, Detective Phelps told me not to bother with the AG case, the American Fork case, because his dad works there. It's been completely a joke. Wow. Thank you so much to Stomishi for becoming a new member. Thank you so much to Callie Noel for the $1.99. Girl, please stay safe. You just uncovered some mess. Girl, I stay safe because I am protected by the Most High. I am protected by the Most High of the Most High. Nothing goes higher than the thing I'm protected by, so don't worry about that. Thank you so much to Lisa for the $5 super chat. It's a full monopoly. Using Legally Mine to add BAM in one family. Could be. Could be. This is the biggest find, I think, of the day right here. And I did not know that I was going to be finding this when I started out for the day. Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million. So the dad's company was going to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM franchising. But I keep calling it the dad's company for brevity and for ease of understanding. But don't forget, by the time 2019, 2020 rolled around, Ammon and his brother were owners of this company too. So they used the money from the company that they owned with their daddy to then buy stock in bricks and minifigs. And the dad is like, look, they had their own store and they weren't profitable at it. They sucked. Thanks so much to Shell for the $5 super chat. BJ, you are phenomenal at what you do. P.S. Don't forget to leave a like, everybody. Yes, please, everybody, leave a like. So the purchase agreement, Jesus, this is crazy. This is really crazy. I'm shocked that I just stumbled across this on a live investigation. The purchase agreement that Legally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs franchising had with each other allowed for repossession of the stock. if Legally Mine failed to make the monthly payments. Girl, they even had their own daddy's company making monthly payments to BAM, to Bricks and Minifigs. Legally Mine had an equity position of over $1 million. Wow. They had invested over $1 million, or equity position of over $1 million in the stock. In February 2020, 1 month before what's his name died, the father of asset management protection or whatever, it's interesting for the timeline, Dan, the dad, Lindsay, Kathleen caused payments to stop being made on the stock purchase agreement. Dan, Lindsay, the dad, Lindsay, the new president, Kathleen, refused to maintain the payments for Bricks and Minifigs, causing Legally Mine to lose the stock it had purchased. So Ammon and his brother were mad that his daddy's company stopped making payments to Bricks and Minifigs. Upon information and belief, this law firm encouraged the dad not to pay from Legally Mine or negotiated on behalf of them. The sellers of the stock repeatedly demanded payments. Yeah, the sellers of the stock, you mean Ammon, and so this is so crazy. They are the sellers of the stock. They're saying the sellers of the stock repeatedly demanded payments as Legally Mine had agreed. We demanded payments is basically what they're saying. That's how I'm understanding this. Plaintiffs repeatedly asked, requested, and demanded that payments be made regarding the stocks. But the dad and his team failed to make the payments on multiple occasions. They refused to make the required payments. The sellers of the stock have repossessed, they stole it from their dad. This is what they call it when they take out. Now I'm saying stole. This is just my layperson understanding. I mean, I did practice corporate law, but I never saw the contracts or anything. So I've said for the longest time, I think if anybody's screaming and shouting about a RICO and they are running something that looks a little bit like a RICO, they might be projecting. They've been trying to recoup. JDS said, I don't understand what's happening. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit complex. So basically, the whole thing with Crystal Law, let's go back there real quick. How are Eamon and his brother Matt at Bricks and Minifigs defending themselves and how they acted with Crystal Law? What are they calling their actions on that day with Brandon Best? They're calling it a repossession. They're repossessing the store. They're taking over the store. They're repossessing it. And why are they doing that? I talked about this for at least an hour on this one clause yesterday. They are claiming that they are able to do that because of an agreement, a contract that Crystal herself agreed to, that if she failed to make payments, they would repossess her store. Well, Crystal denies failing to make payments. And, I mean, really, it's anybody's guess on who's telling the truth there. But that's how they explain their behaviors in their lawsuit against Reckless Ben. Bricks and Minifigs Franchising says we repossessed the inventory of the store pursuant to a purchase and sale agreement or a purchase agreement. We repossessed those Legos because they were inventory of Crystal's. She broke her part of the contract, so we were allowed to come repossess the store. We kicked her out. We kept all the inventory in the store. They say other things, but that is what the legal mechanism upon which they are relying. They are saying in the lawsuit against Reckless Ben, BAM Franchising says, we repossessed the store. We had a right to do so under the purchase agreement that Crystal signed and agreed to. She agreed that included inventory, that includes any Star Wars Lego sets and all of that. So now I'm looking at a totally different lawsuit filed by some of the same people, Daniel McNeff, his brother Matt, but this time they're suing their daddy. And this is back in like 2021 or something. They're suing their father. And they're saying their dad's company that their dad started, that they're now part of or were a part of, purchased stocks, several $1 million worth in the Bricks and Minifigs franchising company. Now we know today that Ammon and his brother Matt own it, but do they own the company? Remember a while ago we looked over here. Okay, hold on. I know this is confusing, but I know at least some of y'all are with me. I know some of y'all are seeing exactly what I'm putting down. Okay, let me share this. I'm trying to keep my train of thought. I cannot understate how difficult and complex it is to explain this stuff live going back through all these screens. Okay. So remember this earlier, right? Okay. This is where we were. The dad. This is where we started today. Daniel McNeff, the father of CEO of Ammon McNeff. Y'all told me to look into Legally Mine. That's what I did. He got in trouble, or Legally Mine got in trouble last year in February, and he was named. So I'm assuming he's still involved. This is the dad. I looked into all the other things he's involved in. Legally Mine, LLC in Utah, Silvercrest Electric he was involved in, Intermountain this, that, Daniel McNeff, Midsource Marketing, all this stuff, right? So we looked at what is Legally Mine. We kind of went through there. Remember, Mark Comer was listed as a manager. But then when we went to the actual corporate filings, they said that the owner of Legally Mine was actually not Daniel McNeff. It was a company by the name of Centra Wealth Solutions. Okay, this is a recap reminder. But when we went to the Centra Wealth Solutions owner, it was also kind of owned by another shell or whatever. Well, spoiler alert, I end up finding out. I guess not spoiler alert. I guess I'm finally getting to it. Centra Wealth Solutions LLC is not just owner of Legally Mine, it's a DBA, a doing business as. So Legally Mine LLC is Centra Wealth Solutions as far as what I was able to ascertain. Centra Wealth Solutions. But this all was just updated this month. So that's what's got me spinning my wheels. All right. So when you look here, Legally Mine has gone by other names in the past. Shield LLC, Vale Corporate. The company has went to get shut down, but then they unshut it down. There's these other guys involved, Bud Lethbridge, Vale Solutions. Okay, so remember that, right? So you remember when we went to the actual business filings for Legally Mine, and that's tax and accounting, Legally Mine LLC, you can see the owner is Centra Wealth Solutions. Okay, got it? All right. But when we go to the Wayback Machine, which I need to, I guess, close. Okay, so when we go to the Wayback Machine from just a couple weeks ago, golly, I feel like I'm back in my Mr. Beast, Jimmy Warren thing. Lauren, not Lindsay. Okay, this is Lindsay. Okay, this is the Lindsay that also got sued. Okay, so this is May 31st, 2026. This is a couple weeks ago. Today's June 10th. This was a screenshot from May 31st. Dan McNeff is listed as the owner and CEO of Legally Mine LLC. But that's not really, strictly speaking, true, right? Because when we went to the legal filings, the owner is Centra Wealth Solutions. So what is this discrepancy? Well, what if Centra Wealth Solutions is just owned by Dan, right? Do you follow what I'm saying now? Now, take all that, what I just said, put it in one package, put it over here. Remember, Dan is the father of the current owners of Bricks and Minifigs. Everywhere you look and see, it'll say Bricks and Minifigs is owned by Ammon McNeff and his brother. Well, if Ammon McNeff and his brother own the company outright, that's one thing. But if Ammon McNeff and his brother Matt actually own the company through a so-called shell organization or even just a company, that's a different matter. And if the company through which they own BAM or Bricks and Minifigs is actually Legally Mine LLC, that means their father also owns Bricks and Minifigs, which then brings me back to the biggest finding that I made yesterday, which the findings from today helped me to reconcile. The Bricks and the Minifig, the Legally Mine that used to be, has had its name changed. It's not called Legally Mine anymore. It's called, let me make sure I'm telling y'all the right thing. LM Old Co. Oh my God. Y'all are about to have a stroke. Y'all are about to have a freaking stroke. Bear with me. I'm leading to the grand crescendo here. Okay. Or one of them. All right. This document is a name change amendment, okay? Name change. Pursuant to the individual, the name of the limited liability company is going to be changing from Legally Mine LLC to LM Old Co. LLC. LM Legally Mine Old Co. LLC. Is this the dad? Is this the dad trying to separate himself from the bricks and minifigs controversy because he is in fact and indeed somehow legally entangled with this company? Because guess what the date of this name change of Legally Mine LLC? Remember earlier? Put a 7 in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat. If you remember earlier when I said, it can't be. How is it possible that Legally Mine LLC was just opened on May 29th, 2026? That makes no sense. How is Legally Mine Tax and Accounting just opened on June 3rd, 2026? That doesn't make any sense. Bitch, it's a new company called Legally Mine, and the old one done had its name changed to Legally Mine LLC. I mean, to LM Old Co. LLC. There's a new Legally Mine LLC. It's owned by Centra Wealth Solutions, but the old Legally Mine LLC is now called LM Old Co. LLC. And here's the smoking gun. Here's the hammer coming down. Look at the date they changed the name of the company, Legally Mine LLC, to LM Old Co. LLC. It was the same exact date that Ben Schneider, aka Reckless Ben, dropped part 1 of his expose. Can I get applause? Can I get some applause? Can I get some applause? So now y'all see. Now do you see why it was so difficult to explain though? Like, it really did take me 3 hours and 47 minutes pretty much. Like, I mean, this is why Ben wanted them to sue him, you think? Thank you, Trail, for the $39.99. This is why Ben wanted them to sue him. Could be. Some corporate veils are about to get pierced. Thank you, Pinehelm Holler, for the $20 super chat. I know we're talking about bricks and minifigs versus Reckless Ben right now, which I'm loving. But could we do a dive into the lawsuit between Bam and She Who Must Not Be Named? I mean, I guess. I do plan on when my appeal gets approved or whatever, like when I win the appeal, I do plan on doing a live stream with a bunch of updates and stuff. Thank you so much to Penn Bricks for the 10-pound super chat. Theory. Original BAM or Bricks and Minifigs owners scammed by Legally Mine. Ammon and Matt leveraged that to repossess Bricks and Minifigs, including their original franchise being the same model as they had Brandon and Josh doing. It's a theory. I mean, I'd buy anything at this point almost. Thank you, Sneaky Side, for the $5 Canadian fun fact. The Phoebes recruit heavily. What's Phoebes? From BYU because they can find drug-free recruit. Oh, yeah, I know. There's like a lot of Mormons in the CIA apparently. Thank you to Isabella Lai for the $1 Canadian super chat. Thank you to Wink Tartan Bell for the $2 super chat. Smoking gun. Okay, so if y'all are a little bit confused, I do understand. I totally do. It took me a law degree and being a Virgo and lots of other things to be able to even get this explained to y'all in 3 hours. I promise you, I will get to a point where I'll be able to really quickly explain this, but I just kind of made the discoveries last night, and then we found more stuff today Then we found more stuff today that, made me put it together. But like, okay, so this is the old Legally Mine. So all that stuff with Forbes.com, them getting in trouble, Dan getting in trouble, having to pay fines, stuff like that for the Legally Mine LLC, the stuff that had gotten them in trouble and all that, the ones that they're going out there and making dental conference talks and stuff about, all of that is this company. It's not called Legally Mine anymore. It's called LM Old Co. Okay. Look at the entity number 722. Somebody type this entity number out for me, please. And I want to pin it on my video. 722-8976 hyphen 0160. Somebody type that out for me, please. 722-8976 hyphen or dash 0160. Somebody please type that for me, if you don't mind. Thanks so much to Princess Jasmina for the $4.99 super chat. You are the best. Go Ben, go. Brick by brick. Exactly. Go Ben, go. Brick by brick. Sends a rift into LDS community. Girl, if somebody don't type this number out. Funny how it's got the word mold in it. What does? Thanks so much to Gesundheit. Can you put up your Venmo or whatever in case people want to support you without YouTube cut? I can do this is my Cash App, surprise witness. It won't let you put it in. I don't see the number. Maybe it's like hiding it from me. Okay, hold on. Let me just do this then. Give me a second. Because I want to explain to y'all why this is such a big deal. I know a lot of y'all do get it. I saw y'all celebrating in the chat. I see still claps coming through. 722-8976 0160. Okay, thank you, Evie. Okay. So this is the only one that showed up. Okay, so this is the entity number. This is how I'm going to show and prove to y'all this is the same entity that they now are calling as of the day. Okay, let's go back here. What day did Ben post his video? And remember, what was the name of the video? The name of the video was I Found the Thief Who Stole $200,000 worth of Lego. Well, Coffeezilla did a whole hour-long video last night on who is the thief, was it really stolen, and all of that. But there was somebody up on his Lego wall he didn't have. He had Amon. He had, Bricks and Minifig Matt and them. But you know who wasn't up on that wall? Daniel McNeff. Legally Mine LLC. That went up on that wall as one of the possible culprits. But the name of the video was I Found the Thief Who Stole $200,000 of Lego, right? So the day that video came out, actually, we could probably get a time on it. I mean, on the metadata, does anybody know what exact time the video came out? Because it was 4:49 p.m. in the afternoon on the same day that Reckless Ben's video came out. That Legally Mine LLC, after having operated under that name for quite a long time, many decades it seems, now is being called LM Old Co. LLC. And not only that, a new Legally Mine LLC has done popped up, and it was created after the lawsuit filed. Okay? So this is the entity number, and I'm going to prove to you that the company is the original Legally Mine. 722-8976-0160. That's the entity number. Okay, let me go to some original filings here. Remember, we did look at it earlier. Put an 8 in the chat if you do remember seeing this document about the Dan's Den and all that. Okay, here we go. Articles of Organization. 722-8976. Okay, that's the original. Daniel McNeff signed it June 2009 or January 2009. Dan's Den, probably his company, probably one of his little shell orgs. Okay, let me go to another one. Just to show y'all, this is Legally Mine LLC, the original. Because I think they're pulling a bait and switch. That's the whole purpose of this whole 4-hour video. To the end, that's why I have it down there in the thing. Is this a bait and switch? Now look, the year after Legally Mine was founded, Dan is already changing the name. In 2010, he's already changing the name. The very next year after it was founded. Daniel McNeff. Now, 2010, this would have only been, what's his name? Ammon would have still been like in his 20s here. Now, what did he want to change the name to in 2010? Still same entity number, 722-8976. It is Legally Mine LLC, but he changed the name to Asset Protection Leader. Asset Protection Leader. Okay. Do y'all think whenever Joshua Johnson stood there folding his arms, let me ask y'all this question real quick. Do y'all think when Josh Johnson stood there folding his arms, telling Brian Mansell a year and a half ago, sue us, see what happens, you're not even going to have enough. Do you think when he stood there and said all of that, anybody was prepared for that surprise of witness? To be going through their 2009 corporate documents? I doubt it. But here we are. Here we are. Let me pull up another one. The next year, they changed the name of the company again. Now, in and of itself, is changing the name of the company something bad? No. But changing the name of Legally Mine, which for sure owned stock at some point in Bricks and Minifigs, on the same exact day that Bricks and Minifigs is being accused of stealing $200,000 of Legos, in a video that now has developed a lawsuit, a RICO charge, tens of millions of views. Yeah, I think the name change thing starts to have a little bit of a pattern. Josh also does asset protection, they saying. So look at this. This is 2 years after the Legally Mine was originally started. Let's check that number again, 722-8976, Asset Protection Leader. It went by for 1 year. But then they changed the name back. And by they, I mean just Dan. Little by little, Dan actually allowed his sons to start coming to be a part of his company. He paid them out in distributions instead of a salary. The same exact playbook that we heard that lady talking about earlier. And just as she said 3 weeks ago at a conference, turns out your kids can end up being your biggest liabilities of all. What benefit does the name change have? Well, I mean, if you don't see it, I don't know how much clearer I can make it. Everybody's talking about Legally Mine, right? Everybody's talking about Legally Mine. And we have this lawsuit. We have this lawsuit from like 2021 against Ammon McNeff, who's the owner of Bricks and Minifigs, and his dad. He sued his dad, and his brother also sued his dad. So Ammon and his brother sued the dad. Legally Mine is the company the dad owned and also, or owns still to this day apparently, and also Ammon and his brother Matt both worked at the company and owned some of it as well. Well, it was actually that company that helped to allow them to buy Bricks and Minifigs franchise. It says Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million of stock in BAM franchising. So the lawsuit goes on to say eventually they lost that money. Eventually BAM franchising repossessed the stock from Legally Mine. So they basically just took control over it, just like them Legos. They repossessed that inventory too. And the players in common here are Ammon and Matt. They'll yank from their own daddy. They'll yank from you. They ain't worried about that. So, I mean, that's what it looks like to me. So why change the name? Well, if it is the case that Ammon and his brother Matt owned Bricks and Minifigs franchise through another company called Legally Mine, then Legally Mine is about to be on the hook for a lawsuit. Legally Mine is about to be sued. piercing the corporate veil, which is what we talked about earlier. So instead of them trying to come after LM Old Co., which is most likely the business that actually has all the money in it, they made a new Legally Mine. And you don't know who owns it. Centra Wealth Solutions owns it. But what is Centra Wealth Solutions? Well, that has a manager by the name of Mark Comer. And Mark Comer does have ties back. So to me, in my opinion, let me re-show y'all something else. I've already shown you this, but I want to show you again. That was Legally Mine Old Co. Okay, one more time. I want to... One more time to remind y'all. I know it's very complex, but I think some of y'all are getting it. And it's not even me being like, oh my God, y'all don't get it. It's like hard to explain. And I do realize there's like easier ways to explain this, and I will eventually get better at it. But look, this is the most recent filing for Legally Mine LLC, which is supposedly owned by the dad, Dan. He changed the name most recently to LM, so like Legally Mine, Old Co. So the old Legally Mine Old Co. LLC. The former name is Legally Mine LLC. That's where Ammon worked. That's where Matt worked. And people are telling me that's where Josh also worked, although I haven't been able to find any official sources of that, but I have seen screenshots. Now, this name was changed from Legally Mine LLC to LM Old Co. LLC on the same day, almost at the close of business. I mean, 11 minutes before the office closed, they changed the name of the company to LM Old Co. from Legally Mine LLC on the same exact day Reckless Ben's video was published. The same exact day. Okay, so far, that's all stuff that you've already seen. Now, let's go to the new Legally Mine, shall we? They have one document. Let me actually pull up the Utah Secretary of State and show y'all there, so you know where I'm getting it from. Okay. Oops, spelled it wrong. Okay. So this is the one here, Legally Mine LLC. That one's 2009. That one's done expired. That one's called LM Old Co. now. Oh no, that one, LMRA Services. Hold on. This one might not even be that one. This is a different one. So this is why it's so confusing, because there is a Legally Mine LLC that was started in 2009. It still kind of shows up, but when you go to the filing history, come on. When you go to the filing history, there's like no documents filed. So when you just type in, this is the part. This is why I was like, oh, this is something's going on here. When you just type in Legally Mine LLC, or Legally Mine rather, as y'all just saw me do on the Utah Secretary of State Corporations Division, it does not appear as though the Legally Mine that we just looked at was there. Let me show you. You have to type in LM Old Co. That one also shows up here, LM Old Co. LLC. But when you actually type that name in and you go to filing history, that's where all these other files show up. I mean, so many that there's 2 pages, right? This is the documents we just looked at with that document number. I said, somebody type it down for me, whatever. That's this company we're looking at. But as I discussed with y'all already, the name was changed on the same day Ben dropped his video. On the same day Ben dropped part 1, accusing Bricks and Minifigs of stealing Legos, the name of Legally Mine changed. All right, the same day of the video. Now, this company goes all the way back to January 2009. Arguably, it goes back earlier to that. But on the same day Ben drops his video, they changed their name. Now, that's only shows up if you type in LM Old Co. LLC. Because, yes, there are Like say some, meddling kid like me or you wanted to just look up Legally Mine LLC. Oh, what's Legally Mine? They all used to work there. Let's look at that. Well, you can do that, and you can even get somewhat of the appearance that it existed since 2009. But girl, there's no documents here. So you're not going to see those ones that I just showed y'all a while ago where it shows Ammon and it shows Matt and it shows Dan and Dan's Den and the articles of incorporation. Now, why is that? I don't know. I have no idea why it doesn't show up as filings there. But let's go back here. I typed in Legally Mine. Those documents don't show up here, but it does show that maybe something existed, maybe, or whatever. There's another Legally Mine tax and accounting that's inactive. That one was voluntarily dissolved in 2019. They have this assumed name, Shield LLC. They keep switching the names all around. Legally Mine tax and accounting, but this one's no longer open. Okay, this one's now dissolved, but it just shows up. So, like I just said, we were able to see that on May 21st, the day part 1 of Ben's videos came out, they changed the name of Legally Mine LLC to LM Oldco. Not only that, they made it even more freaking confusing because now there still is another Legally Mine LLC. And I think this is probably was being done to trick or to hide assets. That's my opinion. To shield them behind a veil for evading tax liability or whatever they call it, however they worded it. Mitigate the damage from a lawsuit that was about to come down the pipe. The day Ben put his video out, May 21st. Then, about a week later, May 29th, someone starts 2 brand new companies. This was 11 days ago, less than 2 weeks ago. They start a new Legally Mine, a new one. Who owns that one? Centra Wealth Solutions, last updated on June 3rd, a week ago, a literal week ago, an actual week ago. Now, I do have this document, so let me pull that one up. This all happened after the lawsuit. Or, not after the lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed on the 27th. And then they made a new Legally Mine LLC. Oh, girl, are you serious? Hold on. My file got corrupted. Hold on. Okay. So this is the new Legally Mine LLC. I believe this company was created as a look over there to cover up any possible potential remaining connection between Legally Mine Oldco and Bricks and Minifigs. And a big reason why I believe that is because of Ammon and Matt's own words in their own lawsuit against their own father, wherein they say that the company, Legally Mine, which is now LM Oldco, and they got a whole new Legally Mine, now brand new, since after they filed the lawsuit against Reckless Ben, a new Legally Mine popped up. Now, who owns the Legally Mine? Centra Wealth Solutions. Who owns Centra Wealth Solutions? I don't freaking know. But Legally Mine had a purchase agreement where they purchased millions of dollars worth of stock in BAM franchising. They helped to buy Bricks and Minifigs. Then Ammon and Matt repossessed that stock from Legally Mine, get into a whole entire legal battle with their dad and these tax people. Girl, can we get some applause in the chat? Can we get some popcorn, some confetti? This was hard. This was really difficult, but it was fun, challenging. Thank you, Scruffy. Thank you, Scruffy, for the $2. Did Bricks and Minifigs get so big because they sued their daddy? Good question. Thanks so much to Pyrex for the $4.99. Great work. Ben isn't dumb. He thinks he's ahead. I think Ben openly sharing that he doesn't have counsel is intentional. The YouTube lawyers will respect it. Could be. Thank you for that $4.99. Thank you so Thank you so much for the $4.99 incognito. I learned to sue the entity number. Sue or use, and not the company name. Exactly. Thank you so much to Allie for the £5 super chat. Do you think they are desperate to settle with Brian so they don't have to pay him compensation in court? No, I don't think they're desperate to settle. I think they're desperate to go to court, and that's a terrible idea. And it's going to be pride become before the fall or whatever. Thank you for the £5 super chat. Oh my gosh, I am buzzing. I am buzzing with glee and delight that I was able to at least get that, somewhat of that concept relayed over to y'all. I mean, we will be going over it many more times, I'm sure, as the web does expand and as the story unfolds and as I learn more things. But I do think it's very interesting. They named their companies Shield and Veil at some point. And I don't exactly know to the extent, this Bud Lethbridge or this other guy, Carl Thurgood. I don't know to the extent they have anything to do with any of this. I don't really know who's the owner of Centra Wealth Solutions, but I do know Mark Comer and David Johnston are listed there. Yeah, the big question. I'll leave this one to y'all to answer. Big question, why would Legally Mine purchase stock, millions of dollars of stock at that, in BAM in the first place? That's the question. That is the question. Yeah, piercing the corporate veil. Exactly. But anyway, that's pretty crazy to me. Let me see. Hold on. I heard that Emily D. Baker. Oh man, we flew past 10,000. I heard that Emily D. Baker is going over the case right now. I'm just checking to see. Okay, I was going to send y'all over there, but she has her thing for doing that turned off. Okay, well, that's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty, and don't contact anybody mentioned in this video. That's not the point of this video. This video is meant to report on the news and matters of public concern and give my opinion. Thank you so much to Lisa for the $5. I live in Utah. I can't wait to see the fireworks on this case. I will try to be there live. Yes, go Lisa, go. Y'all, everybody in Utah, go, because in case I can't go. I haven't reached my amount yet. I do need to add up the super chats, minus what YouTube took. To see what I'm at for the travel fund. Thank you so much for the 10 euros, Faye Monster. This was the most amazing, the most entertaining 4 hours of my life. Amazing job. So glad actual journalists / investigators still exist. It was thrilling to follow you throughout the process. Just so you know, I'm not a journalist. But I am exercising my right to free speech, and I am exercising the right to the freedom of the press and all of that. And yeah, thank y'all for I'm just giving my opinion. I'm just like y'all. Thank y'all for the support, for the love, and all of that. Love you, mean it, K. Bye.